Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. These are authentic, documented experiences, real encounters, carefully curated and adapted with a light touch to preserve what happened and deepen the hush around it. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell to catch new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Quiet, literary horror shaped from true accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I wasn't supposed to leave the marked trail, but the map I'd printed the night before had a faint side path sketched in pencil, and I've always had a bad habit of trusting faint things more than clear ones. The fog had rolled in low and steady, flattening the woods into a pale gray maze, and I stepped off the main route with a kind of confidence that only comes from not thinking too hard about consequences. The ground changed first. Packed dirt gave way to a softer layer of needles and damp leaves, the kind that swallow your footsteps so completely you start to feel like you're not making any sound at all. I remember stopping once, just to listen, and hearing nothing but my own breathing, close and intrusive, like someone else was standing behind me, copying it. I kept going. I don't know how long I walked before I saw the machine. It stood alone between 2 narrow trees, a clean vertical line in a place that resisted straight edges. It looked new, or at least untouched by weather. The glass front was clear, the metal sides unscuffed, and the display lit with a soft white glow that seemed too bright for the fog around it. At first I thought it was a prank, something hauled out here by a group of hikers, or a marketing stunt that hadn't been cleaned up. But there was no path leading to it, no tire tracks, nothing disturbed around its base. I circled it once, then again keeping my distance like it might react. The front panel didn't list prices, it listed categories. Small rectangular labels where numbers should have been. Keys, photo, hair, metal, paper. Below that was a slot, wider than a coin slot, and a small screen that flickered when I leaned closer. Insert personal item. I laughed, quietly, mostly to hear something human in that space. My voice sounded wrong, too absorbed by the fog. I should have left then. That would have been the clean version of this story. But I had a spare key in my pocket, one I didn't even remember what it opened anymore. It had been on my ring for years, moved from apartment to apartment, never used, never thrown away. I turned it over in my fingers, hesitating only because the machine didn't feel like a joke anymore. Then I slipped the key into the slot. The machine hummed, low and immediate, like it had been waiting for that exact thing. The screen went blank for a second, then filled with text. Processing. There was a soft mechanical shift inside, something sliding into place. I stepped back as a compartment near the bottom clicked open. Inside was a watch. Not just any watch. Mine. I hadn't seen it in years. A cheap digital watch I'd worn in high school. The band cracked at one edge where I'd caught it on a locker. I'd lost it during a move, or at least that's what I told myself. I crouched and picked it up. It was cold, but not like it had been sitting in the woods. It felt like it had just been taken out of a drawer. The time on it was wrong, blinking, but everything else was exactly as I remembered. I looked back at the machine. The slot was empty, the key was gone. I told myself it was coincidence, that maybe someone had stocked a machine with random items, and I'd gotten lucky. That my brain was doing that thing where it connects unrelated dots because it wants a pattern. But my chest felt tight in a way that had nothing to do with logic. I stayed there longer than I should have, turning the watch over, testing the buttons, feeling the weight of it. It carried something with it, not just memory, but a kind of pull, like it had been waiting for me, the same way the machine had. I reached into my pocket again. This time I pulled out a folded receipt. Old, creased, barely legible. I'd kept it for no reason at all. It was just there, like the key had been. I hesitated longer. Then I fed it into the slot. The hum came back. A little louder this time, or maybe I was just closer. Processing. The compartment opened again. A photograph slid forward. I didn't pick it up right away. I recognized it before I touched it. It was a picture of me and my sister at a lake, both of us younger, both of us mid-laugh. The corner was bent where it had once been pinned to a corkboard. I'd lost that photo after she moved away. We'd looked for it, but it never turned up. I picked it up carefully, like it might tear if I moved too fast. The fog pressed in closer around the clearing, muting the edges of everything beyond the machine. It felt like the world had shrunk to just that space. I remember thinking very clearly that I should stop. Instead, I started looking through my pockets for anything else I could give. Over the next hour, I fed it small things: a coin, a scrap of paper, a broken pen. Each time the machine responded with something that mattered more than what I'd given. A ring I'd lost in college, a ticket stub from a concert I barely remembered attending but suddenly couldn't stop thinking about. A small metal charm my mother had given me when I was a kid. The pattern was undeniable. It shouldn't have worked like that, but it did, and once I understood that, I stopped thinking about leaving entirely. I came back the next day. I had to search for the place again, moving through the fog with a kind of frantic focus. I'd marked a rough direction in my head, retraced my steps as best I could, and when I finally saw the clean line of the machine through the trees, I felt something close to relief. I had brought more with me this time. Keys I'd gathered from old drawers, photos I didn't display anymore, a small lock of my own hair, cut that morning in a hotel bathroom sink, feeling ridiculous and unsettled as I did it. The machine accepted everything, and it kept giving, not just objects but specific ones. Things I had lost, and more importantly, things I had missed without realizing how much. A notebook filled with half-finished ideas, a necklace I'd given to someone who never gave it back, a set of old headphones that still carried the faint smell of a place I couldn't name anymore. Each trade made the next one easier. I stopped questioning the fairness of it, stopped wondering where the items were coming from, stopped thinking about how it knew what to return. It just worked. By the third day, I wasn't hiking anymore. I was commuting. I left my car at the edge of the forest and walked straight to the machine with purpose, carrying a small bag of things I'd collected from my room. Anything that felt even slightly disposable became currency. The woods felt quieter each time, the fog thicker, like it was settling into something permanent. I started staying longer. The machine never ran out. At some point, I realized I was running low on things I could give without inconvenience. The easy items were gone. What was left were things I still used, still needed, or at least thought I did. That's when the hesitation came back. Faint, but present. I stood in front of the machine, holding my car key, turning it over in my hand. Without it, I'd have to walk out. It would be inconvenient, but not impossible. I fed it in. The hum felt deeper, almost satisfied. Processing, the compartment opened. Inside was a wallet I'd lost years ago. Not just the wallet, but everything in it. Old IDs, receipts, a folded note I didn't remember writing but recognized instantly. I laughed again, but it came out thinner. I didn't think about how I'd get back to my car. I just kept going. My clothes came next. It sounds extreme when I say it now, but at the time it felt like a logical extension of what I'd already been doing. A jacket for something I'd missed. A shirt for something I couldn't replace. The forest didn't care. The fog didn't shift. The machine accepted everything with the same quiet efficiency. By the time I noticed how cold I was, I had already traded more than I planned. I told myself I'd stop after one more. Just one more. I stood there, bare arms crossed, looking down at what I had left. The machine screen flickered, waiting. Insert personal item. There wasn't much left to give. That's when I understood the pattern fully. It had never been about value in a normal sense. It had been about personal weight. The more something mattered, the more it could return, and I had been feeding it the outer layers first. I reached up and pulled at my hair, hesitating as the strands caught between my fingers. I had already given it a small piece before. It had responded well. This would be more. I didn't think about what it meant to keep going. I didn't think about how I would leave, or what I would look like, or what I would explain to anyone if I made it back. I just fed it in. The hum filled the clearing, louder than before, almost drowning out everything else. processing. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the compartment opened. Inside was something I didn't recognize immediately. I leaned closer. It was a small box, plain, unmarked. I picked it up with shaking hands and opened it. Inside were things I didn't remember losing, not objects. Pieces of moments. A smell I hadn't noticed was gone. A specific feeling from a day I couldn't fully recall anymore. The texture of a place that had faded. I can't explain it better than that. It wasn't tangible in a normal way, but I knew it was mine. I stood there for a long time, holding that box, trying to understand what I was looking at, and then I realized I couldn't remember when I had decided to come here that day. The thought slipped, just slightly, like it didn't have a solid place to land. I looked back at the machine. The screen was blank now, waiting. I reached for it again, slower this time, feeling something missing that I couldn't name. I don't remember what I gave it next. I just remember the cold, the fog closing in, and the sense that I had already traded the part of me that would have known when to stop. The last thing I clearly recall is standing in front of that machine, with nothing left in my hands, nothing left I could easily point to and say was mine, and realizing that the only thing it hadn't taken yet was the part of me that understood what I was losing. The compartment opened one more time. I leaned down to see what it had decided to give me in return, and whatever it was, it felt enough in that moment to reach forward and accept it. I found the camera, because the trail went quiet in a way that didn't match the day. It was late morning, bright enough that the dust on my boots looked chalky, and the pine needles cast sharp individual shadows. I'd been tracking my pace on my watch, keeping a steady rhythm along an open stretch that curved around a low ridge. No wind, no bird song, just the soft crunch underfoot and the faint hum of insects out in the scrub. When the silence settled in, it felt like a dropped connection, like something that had been there a second ago just wasn't anymore. The tripod stood just off the trail, legs splayed wide and planted in the dirt like it had been there a while. On top was a camera, compact but sturdy, the kind you'd expect from someone who knows what they're doing. It was pointed directly at the path I was on, angled slightly downward to catch anyone coming around the bend. I slowed without thinking about it. I didn't call out. There were no voices nearby, no gear piled up, no footprints fresh enough to belong to someone within earshot. The setup looked deliberate, not abandoned. I glanced at the sky, at the line of trees ahead, then back at the camera. A small red light blinked. I stepped closer. The display on the back was on, cycling through images automatically, each one appearing for a second before switching to the next. The timestamp in the corner updated with each shot. It was taking photos at regular intervals, every few seconds. I moved into its frame, more out of curiosity than anything else. The lens didn't adjust. It didn't track me. It just kept doing what it was doing, capturing the path. The display shifted to a new image. In it, I was just entering the frame from the left, mid-stride, head slightly down. The angle was right. The lighting matched. The dust kicked up behind my heel exactly where it should be. The timestamp said it had been taken 5 minutes ago. I frowned and leaned in closer. The next image came up. Same stretch of trail, same angle. I was a few steps further along, shoulders squared, looking ahead. 5 minutes ago, again, I checked my watch. The time didn't match. It wasn't 5 minutes behind. It was current. The camera clicked softly and took another photo. I waited for it to appear on the display. It didn't. The sequence continued with older images. Me progressing along the trail. Each one marked 5 minutes earlier than the last, like I was watching a delayed feed of myself. The camera wasn't showing what it had just captured. It was showing what it had captured 5 minutes before. I reached out and pressed a button on the side. The cycling paused. I tapped through manually, image by image. There I was, over and over, walking the path I'd just walked. The consistency was unnerving in a subtle way. The way my arms swung, the tilt of my head, even the pattern of dust rising and settling. It was too precise to be anything but real. Then I noticed something off in the background. At first it looked like a smudge near the edge of the frame, something out of focus where the lens had struggled to catch detail. I flipped back one image, then forward again. The smudge was there both times. Slightly shifted, I zoomed in. The image broke down into pixels, but the shape held. It was vertical, darker than the surrounding brush, and it didn't match any tree or rock I could see around me. It was positioned on the trail, behind me. I turned around. The path stretched back the way I'd come, sunlit and empty. The curve of the ridge cut off the far end, but everything in sight was exactly as it should be. No movement, no figure, nothing out of place. I turned back to the camera and tapped to the next image. The shape was closer, not by much. A step, maybe two. Still indistinct, still blurred in a way that didn't match the rest of the photo. Everything else was sharp. The grit of the trail, the texture of the bark on a nearby tree. Just that shape, like the camera couldn't quite resolve it. I felt a tightness in my chest that I couldn't explain. It wasn't panic, not yet. It was more like a system flagging something as inconsistent, something that didn't line up with the rest of the data. I went back another image. The shape was further away again, forward, closer, forward, closer still. Each photo was 5 minutes ahead of me, and in each one, that thing, whatever it was gaining. I turned around again. Slower this time, scanning the trail in detail. I checked the edges where the brush met the dirt, the shadows cast by rocks, the spaces between trees. Nothing moved. Nothing even suggested movement. The air felt the same. Still, warm, empty. I faced the camera and hit the button to resume the slideshow. The images began to cycle again on their own. Me, walking. Me, a few steps further. Me, a few steps further still. And behind me that dark blur, incrementally closer with each frame. The camera clicked. I watched the display, waiting for the new image to appear. It didn't. The delay held 5 minutes. I did the math without meaning to. If what I was seeing was accurate, then whatever was in those images would be where I was now, in 5 minutes. I swallowed and stepped out of the frame. The camera kept taking pictures, pointed at the empty path. I hesitated, then stepped back into position roughly where I'd been standing in the last visible image. If the delay was consistent, then the next time I appeared on the display, it would be showing me as I was right now, 5 minutes from now. I didn't like the idea of waiting, but I liked less the idea of not knowing. So I waited. I kept my eyes on the trail behind me, not trusting the camera entirely, but not ignoring it either. The silence pressed in again, heavier this time, like it had weight. The camera clicked at its steady interval. I counted the seconds without thinking about it, then forced myself to stop. Counting didn't help. It just made the waiting feel longer. When the display finally caught up, I saw myself step into frame again. The image was clear. The light was the same. The angle matched, and the shape behind me was no longer a smudge. It had form now, though still blurred at the edges. Taller than me, or maybe just closer to the lens. It was directly on the trail, aligned with my path. There were no features I could pick out, no face, no limbs I could clearly define. Just a dark mass that suggested a figure without resolving into one. It was close enough that it should have been in my peripheral vision. I turned around immediately. Nothing. The same empty trail, the same curve of the ridge, the same still air. I turned back to the camera, my movements sharper now, less controlled. The next image came up. The figure was closer still. Within a few feet of where I stood in the photo, I felt something shift in my thinking then. Up to that point, I'd been trying to reconcile the images with what I could see, assuming the camera was wrong in some way. Malfunctioning, glitching, picking up artifacts. That stopped making sense. The camera was consistent. The environment in the photos matched the environment around me perfectly. The only inconsistency was the presence of that figure, and the absence of it in my direct view. The simplest explanation was the one I didn't want to accept. The camera was showing me something I couldn't see, a second layer, a delayed feed of a reality that overlapped mine just enough to matter. The camera clicked again. I stared at the display, waiting for the next image in the sequence. When it appeared, my stomach dropped. In the photo, the figure was inches behind me, close enough that its outline overlapped the back of my shirt. Close enough that if it had any detail at all, I would have seen it touching me. I felt nothing. No breath, no movement, no change in temperature, but the image was clear in its implication. 5 minutes from now, that thing would be right behind me. I didn't turn around this time. Instead, I reached out and grabbed the camera off the tripod. The red light blinked steadily, unfazed by my sudden movement. The display continued to cycle through the images, now jostling slightly with each shift of my grip. I scrolled back to the most recent frame again, the one where the figure was nearly on top of me. I held the camera out in front of me, arms extended, like increasing the distance between it and my body might change something. It didn't. The image stayed the same. Me, unaware, with that dark, blurred presence almost touching my back. The camera clicked again. I didn't wait to see it. Instead, I swung the camera hard against the nearest rock. The impact cracked the casing with a sharp, hollow sound. The display flickered, then went black. The red light died. I hit it again, harder, until the lens shattered and the body split along a seam I hadn't noticed before. Only when it was in pieces did I stop. The silence rushed back in, louder than before. I dropped what was left of the camera and stepped away from the tripod. My hands were shaking now, a delayed reaction catching up to me. For a second I considered turning around, not to check the trail. There was nothing there, but to check something else. To test whether destroying the camera had changed anything. Whether the absence of that second sight meant the threat was gone, or just unseen. I didn't do it. The logic that had kept me standing there, analyzing, waiting, had run out. I started walking, then jogging, then running. The trail stretched ahead, bright and open, offering no cover and no explanation. My footsteps were loud now, breaking the quiet with every impact. The rhythm was uneven, driven more by urgency than by control. I didn't look back. Not once. I kept my eyes forward, on the path, on the curve of the ridge that I knew would eventually lead to a wider section of trail, to other hikers, to something normal. The air felt different as I moved, though I couldn't say how. Not colder, not warmer, just wrong in a way that didn't map to anything specific. I focused on distance instead, on putting as much space as possible between me and that tripod, that camera, those images. At some point, the sounds of the trail returned. A bird calling from somewhere off to the right, the faint rustle of leaves in a breeze I hadn't noticed before, the hum of insects filling in the gaps. It all came back gradually, like a system rebooting. I didn't slow down until I reached a junction, where the trail widened and the ground showed signs of more frequent use. Footprints layered over each other, tire tracks from maintenance vehicles, a discarded water bottle near a signpost. I stopped there, bent over, hands on my knees catching my breath. I still didn't look back. I told myself it was because there was nothing to see, that whatever I'd experienced was tied to that camera, to its lens, to its ability to capture something outside my perception. I stayed at that junction longer than I needed to, letting my breathing even out, letting the normal sounds of the trail settle into something familiar. When I finally started walking again, it was slower, more controlled. I kept my gaze forward, on the path ahead, on the markers that led back to the trailhead. I didn't go back for the camera. I didn't report it. I didn't try to explain it. There's a part of me that still runs through the possibilities. Equipment malfunction, some kind of imaging artifact, a trick of light and shadow, compounded by timing and angle. I can line those explanations up, examine them, test them against what I remember. They don't hold, because none of them account for the way the figure moved relative to me, independent of anything else in the frame. None of them explain the consistency of its approach, or the way it remained invisible when I looked directly behind me, and none of them explain why. In the last image I saw before I smashed the camera, it was close enough to touch me, and I felt absolutely nothing. I haven't been back to that trail. I've hiked plenty of others since, in similar conditions, with the same kind of gear, the same habits. I still track my pace. I still notice when things go quiet. But now, when that silence settles in, I don't stop to investigate. I keep moving, and I don't use any device that shows me where I've been, even a few minutes ago, because I don't know if that camera was unique or if it just revealed something that's always there, just out of sync with what we can see. I only know that for a brief stretch of time, I had a view of myself from 5 minutes in the past, and in that view I was never alone on that trail, and I have no way of knowing whether smashing the camera stopped anything, or just took away the only warning I had. I noticed the silence before I noticed anything else. It started as a subtraction, not an event. 1 second the forest carried its usual soft clutter, thin insect whine, the dry tick of something moving through leaves, the occasional flutter overhead, and then all of it vanished at once, like someone had cupped both hands over my ears without touching me. I stopped mid-step with my boot half set into the dirt, waiting for the noise to come back. It didn't. The stillness had a pressure to it, as if the air itself had thickened. I remember thinking it was a trick of my hearing. I swallowed, cleared my throat, listened for the small, ordinary sounds my body makes. I could hear those. My breath moved. My jacket whispered when I shifted. It was only the forest that had gone quiet. I stood there longer than I should have, trying to decide if I was overreacting. I'm the kind of person who notices things and then immediately regrets noticing them. My friends joke that I'm tuned too tight. That evening, the joke felt less like a personality trait and more like a liability. The trail I'd been following wasn't really a trail anymore, just a faint path pressed into the ground by other people who had passed through and left no markers. Twilight had already drained most of the color out of the trees. Everything was turning into shapes and edges. I had planned to make camp near a creek I'd crossed earlier, but I must have drifted off the path, distracted by the quiet. I turned slowly, trying to orient myself. No wind, no rustle. Even the branches overhead held still, as if the forest had been paused mid-motion. I took my flashlight out of my pack. It was one of those sturdy metal ones, heavier than necessary, the kind you carry when you expect to rely on it. I clicked it on and swept the beam across the trees. The light didn't behave the way I expected. It reached out, but it seemed to flatten against something just ahead of me, like it had hit glass I couldn't see. The beam didn't scatter into the distance. It stopped. I frowned and stepped closer, angling the light, trying to understand what I was looking at. At first I thought it was a trick of depth. The trees ahead looked wrong, too close together, their trunks darker than they should be, like they'd been overexposed in reverse. The air in front of me shimmered faintly, not like heat, not like mist, more like the surface of water when it's perfectly still and you're looking at it from the wrong angle. I reached out with my free hand, and then hesitated before touching it. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips, sharp and fast. The silence pressed in harder, as if it were waiting for me to do something. I moved the flashlight closer instead. The beam hit the surface and stopped completely this time. Not dimmed, not scattered, just halted. The edge of the light was too clean, too definite, like it had been cut. I shifted to the side, trying to see around it, and that's when the perspective snapped into place. It wasn't a reflection, it was a window. Beyond that thin, invisible boundary was another forest. It looked almost identical to the one I stood in. Same spacing of trees, same uneven ground, but everything was darker, as if the light there had already drained away into full night. The shadows were thicker, pooling around the bases of the trunks. The air looked heavier, and there were sounds, faint at first, like something leaking through a wall, a distant layered noise, branches creaking, something moving through underbrush, a low continuous hum that didn't belong to any insect I recognized. It bled through the silence of my side in thin strands, enough to make the quiet around me feel artificial. I took a step back. The boundary didn't move. It stayed fixed in the air, a vertical slice maybe a few feet wide, tall enough that I couldn't see its top in the dimming light. It didn't have edges, not in the way a solid object would. It was more like a seam where two places had been pressed together without blending. I told myself there had to be a simple explanation, some kind of visual distortion, a trick of light, my brain filling in gaps because the forest had gone too quiet. That's the kind of reasoning I default to. I prefer explanations that don't require me to change my understanding of how things work, but the sounds from the other side kept coming. They were wrong in a way I couldn't name. Familiar pieces arranged in an unfamiliar pattern. Too many layers, too constant, as if that forest didn't have pauses between its noises the way mine did. I raised the flashlight again, more cautiously this time, and angled it so the beam just touched the boundary. The light stopped again, clean and absolute, and something on the other side reacted. It wasn't a sudden movement, more like a shift in attention. The layered noise dipped, just slightly as if something had turned toward me. I froze. The beam still aimed at the seam. I couldn't see anything distinct at first, just the dark trunks and the heavier shadows. Then one of the shadows detached from the base of a tree and moved forward. It didn't cross the boundary. It came close to it and stopped, just on the other side. The shape wasn't clear enough to define, but it had a verticality to it, a suggestion of height. It felt like looking at someone through thick glass in a dark room, where you can't make out details, but you know they're there. The air between us seemed to tighten. I realized I was holding my breath, and forced myself to exhale slowly. The sound of it felt too loud, too exposed. The shape on the other side shifted again. Something extended toward the boundary. It took me a second to understand what I was seeing, because it didn't look right. It was the suggestion of a hand, but elongated, the proportions slightly off, like a drawing that had been stretched. The fingers, or what I assumed were fingers, were too long, too thin, and they moved with a smoothness that didn't match the jerky, uncertain movements of a person. Reaching in low light, they pressed against the invisible seam. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the surface gave, not visibly, not in a way I could describe as opening, but the hand passed through as if the boundary had stopped being there. It entered my side of the forest without disturbing the air. I stumbled backward, my heel catching on a root, and nearly dropped the flashlight. The beam jerked wildly, throwing brief, disorienting slices of light across the trees. The hand kept coming. It didn't rush. It didn't lunge. It extended with the same slow, deliberate motion, crossing the space between us with an inevitability that felt worse than speed. I raised the flashlight instinctively, as if it were something I could use to block or strike. The hand didn't aim for me. It aimed for the light. The long fingers closed around the head of the flashlight. I felt the contact not on my skin but through the metal, a dull transmitted pressure that carried a coldness I couldn't place. Not temperature exactly, but an absence of warmth. I tightened my grip, but it didn't matter. The strength on the other end wasn't forceful in the way I expected. It didn't yank, it just continued. The motion didn't acknowledge my resistance. The flashlight slid out of my hand as if my grip had been irrelevant. For a fraction of a second, the beam illuminated the thing holding it. There was no detail to fix on, no features, just a surface that didn't reflect the light correctly, as if it absorbed more than it should. The shape of the hand remained, but the substance of it resisted description. Then the flashlight was gone. The hand withdrew back through the seam, taking the light with it. The boundary returned to its earlier state, intangible, impenetrable, a perfect division between two spaces, and I was left in the dark. Not complete darkness at first. The last of the twilight still clung to the sky, enough to outline the trees in dull gray. But it was fading fast. I stood there empty-handed, staring at the place where the seam had been. It was still there. I could sense it now, even without the light. A subtle wrongness in the air. And from the other side, the sounds came through more clearly. They were louder now. Not just layered, but overlapping in ways that didn't make sense. I could hear movement that felt too close and too far at the same time. The creak of something heavy shifting weight. The soft, continuous friction of something passing over bark or ground without stopping. And underneath it all, a low, steady noise that reminded me of breathing, but too broad, too diffuse to belong to a single source. I took a step away from the scene, then another. I turned, trying to remember the direction I'd come from, but the forest looked the same in every direction. Without the ambient sounds I was used to, without the subtle cues of movement and life, it felt flattened, like a set instead of a place. I started walking anyway. I moved slowly at first, placing each step carefully, listening for anything out of place. But everything was out of place. The silence on my side and the noise on the other created a constant disorienting contrast. After a few minutes, I realized something worse. The sounds from the other forest weren't staying behind me. They were moving with me, not exactly tracking my position, but bleeding through in a way that suggested the scene wasn't fixed to a single spot. Or maybe there were more of them. Maybe I had only seen one, because I had the light. I stopped again, my chest tight. I turned in a slow circle, trying to locate the source of the sounds. They seemed to come from everywhere at once. Faint in some directions, stronger in others, but never absent. The light was gone. My one reliable tool had been taken in a way I couldn't explain or fight. I was left with the dark and my own senses, and my senses were telling me that something was sharing the space with me, in a way that didn't obey distance. I kept moving. Time stretched. I couldn't tell how long I'd been walking. The last of the twilight drained completely, and the forest became a collection of black shapes against a slightly less black sky. I used my hands more, feeling my way around trunks, brushing against branches, trying to avoid tripping. Every contact felt amplified. Every small noise I made too loud. The other forest never went quiet. If anything, it grew more active as the night deepened. The overlapping sounds increased, rising and falling in patterns I couldn't predict. Sometimes they would swell suddenly, as if something had surged closer to whatever boundary separated us, and I would freeze, waiting for another hand to reach through. Nothing else crossed over, but the possibility of it sat just under the surface of every thought. At one point, I felt a shift in the air to my right, a subtle change in pressure, the same wrongness I had felt near the original scene. I recoiled instinctively, stumbling sideways, and the sounds from that direction sharpened as if I had brushed too close to another opening. I changed direction immediately, moving away from it, not caring if I was heading deeper into the forest or back toward anything familiar. The goal narrowed to something simple and desperate: keep distance from whatever those scenes were. I tried to keep track of my path, to mark it in my head, but the darkness made everything indistinct. Trees blended into each other. The ground felt the same underfoot no matter where I stepped. My breathing grew uneven. I had to force it into something slower, quieter, so I could still hear what was happening around me. At some point, I realized I was listening more to the other forest than my own. Its sounds became a map of sorts, a way to avoid certain directions. When the noise thickened, I veered away. When it thinned, I moved toward the relative quiet, even though that quiet was still unnatural. I don't know how long that went on. Eventually, the quality of the darkness changed. Not brighter exactly, but less absolute. A hint of gray returned to the sky, barely perceptible at first, then gradually more defined. Dawn and the transition was slow, but it brought something back with it. A single bird call, sharp, isolated, real. It cut through the layered noise from the other forest like a line drawn across a page. For a moment, both sounds existed together. The ordinary call of a bird and the wrong overlapping noise from beyond the scenes. Then the other sounds receded, not all at once, but in layers, peeling back. The heavy creak faded, the low hum diminished, the friction sounds thinned and then disappeared. By the time the light was strong enough to show the shapes of the trees clearly, the forest around me sounded normal again. Insects resumed their steady background noise. Leaves shifted in a faint breeze I hadn't noticed returning. The world reassembled itself into something familiar, I stood there exhausted, my hands scraped and my throat dry, and tried to convince myself that what had happened fit into the same category as everything else I understood. I found my way back to the trail eventually. It took longer than it should have, but the landmarks made sense again in daylight. I reached my camp, packed up and left without stopping. I didn't find the flashlight. I went back a week later during the day, with better equipment and a clearer head. I retraced my steps as closely as I could. The forest was normal. There was no scene, no distortion, no place where the light stopped. Just trees, spaced the way trees are, with the usual sounds filling the space between them. If I hadn't known where to look, I wouldn't have suspected anything, even knowing I couldn't find it again. But sometimes, when everything around me gets too quiet, when a room settles into that same kind of unnatural stillness, I feel that pressure in the air, and I remember the way the light stopped and the way something reached through without breaking anything to take what I was relying on, and for a moment, I can hear it again, layered and constant, just on the other side of where I'm standing. I noticed the compass first because it didn't drift, it locked. I was standing on a shallow incline under a clean high sun, checking my bearings out of habit more than necessity. The trail behind me was still visible through the trees, a faint line of packed dirt threading between straight trunks and late-season brush. I had walked this kind of terrain for years, state parks, backcountry loops, off-trail navigation, when I wanted quiet. Nothing about the place suggested difficulty. Dry ground, light wind, no storm pressure, no heavy canopy to distort direction. But the needle wasn't wandering or correcting. It had settled hard, like it had found something stronger than north. I turned in a slow circle. The needle didn't move. I rotated my body again, slower this time, watching the tiny tremor that usually came before it align. There was none. It stayed fixed, pointing downslope toward a cluster of darker trees, maybe 100 yards off, trees that didn't match the rest of the forest. At first I assumed interference. Mineral deposit maybe. I'd seen compasses behave strangely near certain rock formations. I took a few steps backward, up the incline, putting distance between me and whatever might be affecting it. The needle stayed locked on the same spot. I moved laterally, 20 paces across the slope. Same result. I pulled out my watch next without thinking. Analog, simple, reliable. It read just after noon. The second hand moved normally, ticking forward with steady, mechanical confidence. I looked back to the grove. Even from that distance, it felt wrong in a way I couldn't immediately define. The trees there were denser, darker, their trunks closer together. The light around them seemed dimmer, not because of shade alone, but like it thinned out before reaching the center. I told myself it was a visual effect. Uneven canopy, different species, nothing more. Still, I marked my position mentally. Trail behind me, slope orientation, sun angle. I don't wander into unknown areas without a reference point. Then I started toward the grove, more curious than concerned. The ground changed first. The soil grew softer underfoot, less compact, like it hadn't been walked on in a long time. The usual scatter of leaves and broken twigs gave way to a smoother layer, almost flattened. The air cooled slightly, enough to notice against my skin, at about 50 yards out. I checked the compass again, still locked. Now it wasn't just pointing toward the grove, it was pointing into it dead center. I stopped walking. There's a point where experience tells you to pause, not out of fear but out of respect for uncertainty. I stood there for a moment, listening. No birds, no insects, just a faint constant stillness. Like the forest had been muted, I considered turning back, but nothing had actually happened yet. No immediate danger, no physical threat, just a faulty instrument and a strange patch of trees, so I kept going. The transition into the grove wasn't marked by a clear boundary. It was gradual, trees closer together, light dimmer, ground softer still. But there was a moment, about 3 steps in, where I realized something had shifted in a way I couldn't account for. The air felt heavier, Not humid, not dense in the usual sense. Just resistant, like moving through it required slightly more effort than it should. I checked my watch again. The second hand was moving faster. Not dramatically, just enough to catch my attention. Each tick came a fraction too soon. The rhythm slightly off from what I knew it should be. I held it closer to my ear. The ticking had quickened. I frowned and looked back toward where I'd come from. The forest behind me seemed farther away than it should have been. The slope I'd walked down wasn't visible anymore. Just trees. Dense, uniform, and unfamiliar. I turned in a slow circle, orienting myself. That's when I saw the trunks. At first I thought it was a trick of perspective. The trees weren't rising upward the way they should. Their bases were where I expected. But instead of extending into branches above, they seemed to bend, or more accurately, grow downward into the ground. Not curved, not broken, just oriented wrong. The bark ran straight down into the soil, disappearing as if the earth had swallowed the rest of the tree whole. I stepped closer to one. The base was solid, normal texture. I ran my hand along it, feeling the grooves, the roughness. It felt like any other tree, but the direction was unmistakable. Everything that should have been above me was instead driven into the ground. I looked up instinctively. There was nothing overhead but empty space and filtered light. No branches, no canopy, just open air where the top should have been. My watch ticked faster. I lifted it again. The second hand was accelerating, each movement sharper, more urgent. Then, without warning, it stuttered and reversed. The hand began moving backward. Not erratically, smoothly, deliberately, each tick retracing the last. I stared at it, trying to reconcile what I was seeing with anything that made sense. Mechanical failure, I told myself. A broken gear, a slip in the mechanism. But even as I thought it, I knew it didn't account for the precision. The reversal wasn't chaotic, it was exact. I lowered my wrist slowly. Something moved between the trees. I caught it at the edge of my vision, a figure passing through the grove, moving away from me at a steady pace. For a second I felt relief. Another person meant orientation, confirmation, a point of reference outside myself. I stepped forward, raising my voice without thinking, calling out just once. The figure didn't respond. It didn't even hesitate. It kept walking, straight ahead, weaving between the downward growing trunks with familiarity. I moved faster, closing the distance. Hey, the word died in my throat as I got close enough to see clearly. It was me. Same jacket, same pack, same gait, even the slight forward lean I had on uneven ground. The angle was wrong, for a reflection. The lighting didn't support it. There was no surface for it to come from. It was just there, moving independently, walking away from me. I stopped. My first instinct was to check myself, to look down at my own hands, my clothes, to confirm I was still present, still solid. Everything was where it should be, ahead of me. The other version kept going. I took a step forward. It took a step forward, not in response to me, just continuing its path. I tried again, louder this time. No reaction, no acknowledgement. It didn't turn its head, didn't slow down, didn't deviate in any way. It was like I didn't exist. I broke into a jog. The ground resisted slightly, that same subtle heaviness, but I pushed through it, closing the gap until I was just a few yards behind, close enough to see the details, the stitching on the pack, the worn edge of the left sleeve, even the way the boots landed, heel first, then toe, everything matched. I reached out. My hand passed through empty air, not resistance, not contact, just nothing, like trying to grab a shadow. The figure didn't falter, it kept moving. I stopped again, breathing harder now, though I hadn't exerted myself that much. My watch ticked backward faster. I looked down. The hands were spinning now, accelerating in reverse. Minutes collapsing into seconds. Seconds into something indistinguishable. I looked back up. The grove seemed deeper. The trees stretched farther than they had before. their downward trunks disappearing into darker and darker soil. The light above had dimmed further. Though I hadn't noticed any clouds, I turned to look behind me. There was no clear direction anymore, just more trees. Same spacing, same unnatural orientation. No slope, no trail, no reference point. I tried the compass again. The needle was still locked, but now it pointed in a direction that didn't align with anything I could see. It felt arbitrary, disconnected from the space around me. I took a step backward, then another. I picked a direction at random and started walking, steady and controlled, keeping my pace even. Panic doesn't help in the woods. You move, you observe, you correct, but the environment didn't behave the way it should. Distances didn't match effort. Landmarks didn't repeat or resolve. Every few steps, something subtle shifted the spacing between trees, the texture of the ground, the angle of light. I stopped again, listened. Nothing. No wind, no wildlife, just that muted stillness. I checked my watch. The hands had slowed, but they were still moving backward. I tried to recall how long I'd been inside the grove. Minutes, maybe. It felt longer. I turned again, scanning the space, and saw him, me, standing still this time, maybe 20 yards away, facing me. The distance was enough to obscure fine detail, but I could see the outline clearly. The stance, the shape, the stillness. I didn't move. Neither did he. We stood there, aligned across the grove, identical except for position. I raised a hand slowly. He didn't mirror it. He didn't react at all. He just stood there, watching. Or maybe not watching. There was something off about the posture, like the orientation wasn't quite right. Not fully directed at me, but not away either. I took a step to the side. He didn't adjust. I took another. Still nothing. I felt a tightening in my chest. Not sharp, not painful. Just a growing pressure that came from recognizing something I couldn't resolve. I looked down at my hands again. They were steady, solid, mine. I looked back up. He was closer. I hadn't seen him move. The distance had just reduced. I took a step back. He remained where he was. I took another. Same result. The spacing between us didn't behave like normal space. My watch ticked faster again. I could hear it now without bringing it close. A rapid, backward rhythm. I turned away from him and started walking again. Faster this time, choosing a direction and committing to it. The grove seemed to stretch. The trees repeated. The ground softened further. I walked until my legs felt the strain, until my breathing deepened, until the sense of orientation fully dissolved. And then I saw the slope again. Faint at first, then clearer. The incline I had come down. The lighter trees beyond the grove. Relief hit hard and immediate. And immediate, I moved toward it, quickening my pace. The air seemed to lighten as I approached the edge. The resistance eased. The normal forest sounds began to bleed back in. Distant movement. A faint rustle. I crossed the boundary and stopped. The compass needle snapped free, spinning briefly before settling on true north. My watch stuttered, then resumed forward motion. I stood there, just outside the grove, breathing in the normal air, feeling the familiar weight of the world settle back into place. I turned to look behind me. The grove was still there, dark, dense, quiet, nothing visibly impossible about it from the outside, just a cluster of trees. I watched for a long moment. No movement, no figure, no version of me. I stepped back another pace, putting more distance between myself and the edge, and then I noticed the ground at my feet. My tracks led out of the grove, clearly, fresh impressions in the soft soil, moving from inside to outside, but there was another set, running parallel, same size, same tread, matching mine exactly. They led out of the grove beside me, and continued past where I was standing, heading into the forest beyond. I followed them with my eyes until they disappeared into the trees, steady and unbroken, as if someone had walked out ahead of me and never stopped. I didn't follow. I stayed where I was for a long time, watching the grove, listening to the normal sounds return, feeling the watch tick forward on my wrist. Eventually, I turned and made my way back to the trail, marking my path carefully, keeping my bearings fixed. I didn't look back again, but even now when I check my compass in open ground and see it settle where it should, there's a hesitation before I trust it, and sometimes, just for a second, the needle feels like it wants to pull somewhere else, toward a place where the trees don't grow up, where time doesn't move forward, and where something that looks exactly like me is still walking away, not noticing that I ever left. I started the hike later than I meant to, the sun already angling through the trees in that thin, slanted way that makes everything look flatter than it is. The trailhead sign was familiar. Same weathered map, same faded warning about staying on marked paths, but the forest beyond it felt denser than I remembered, like it had been quietly filling in the gaps over the years. I adjusted my pack, checked the time once, and stepped onto the path that was supposed to lead to the waterfall I'd seen as a kid. I hadn't been back since before my mother died. That was the reason I told myself I came. Closure. Something about retracing a place she used to take me. Standing where we stood together, hearing the same water. It sounded simple enough when I said it out loud. The first mile was easy. Packed earth, scattered roots, the occasional marker nailed to a tree. The air smelled damp but clean, and the only sound was the soft crush of leaves under my boots. I kept my pace steady, watching the light shift as the canopy thickened. I remember noticing how quiet it was, not empty, just contained, like the forest was holding its breath. At a bend I didn't recognize, the trail narrowed without warning. The markers stopped. I paused there longer than I should have, scanning for the next sign, telling myself I must have missed it. The map at the trailhead had been vague, but not this vague. Still, the ground ahead was worn, faintly like other people had gone this way. I followed it. The terrain dipped, then rose again. The trees grew closer together, trunks pressing in, branches weaving overhead until the sky thinned to strips. I kept expecting to hear water. Distant at first, then louder, but there was nothing. Just the same soft, contained quiet. I checked my phone. No signal, which wasn't unusual. The time had slipped more than I thought. Then I saw the clearing. It opened abruptly, like a space cut out of the forest rather than grown into it. The ground there was bare dirt, packed hard and slightly darker than the trail. And in the center of it, where I expected nothing, stood a house. I stopped at the edge of the clearing and didn't move for a long time. At first, it didn't register as wrong. My brain tried to fit it into something ordinary. A ranger station maybe, or an old cabin. But the longer I looked, the more it resisted that explanation. The walls were uneven, made of tightly packed twigs and branches, sealed with mud that had dried and cracked in thin lines. The roof sagged slightly, layered with leaves pressed into place like shingles. It wasn't built with tools, it was assembled, and yet the shape of it, the proportions were exact. I knew them. I stepped closer without deciding to. My boots made a dull, hollow sound on the dirt, like the ground beneath the clearing was thinner than it should be. The front of the structure came into clearer view, and something in my chest tightened hard enough that I had to stop again. There was a small window to the left of the door. Not glass, just an opening framed with sticks, but it was in the exact place it had been in my childhood home. Same height, same distance from the edge. The door itself was centered the same way, slightly too narrow, with a makeshift handle that mimicked the curve of the brass one we used to have. I told myself it was coincidence, that there are only so many ways to build a simple structure, that my mind was filling in the rest because it wanted to. That's what grief does. It overlays old patterns onto new shapes until they look familiar, but I was already walking toward it. Up close, the details got worse. Better maybe, if better means more precise. The mud sealing the walls wasn't smeared randomly. It followed lines, as if something had tried to smooth it into flat planes. The sticks weren't just bundled, they were arranged, horizontal and vertical. approximating siding. Even the imperfections matched. A slight inward dip on the right side where in the real house the foundation had settled over time. I reached the door and hovered my hand over it. The air around the house felt cooler, not by much, just enough to notice when I stopped moving. I knocked once. The sound was dull, absorbed. No response. I pushed the door open. The interior smelled like damp earth and old leaves. The light that came through the doorway didn't travel far, as if it got caught on the uneven surfaces. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust. Then I saw the room. It was my childhood living room. Not perfectly, not in materials, but in layout. The space was small, square, with a narrow passage to the right where the kitchen would have been. Against the far wall, something that resembled a couch sat low to the ground, built from thicker branches and layered leaves. Across from it, a crude structure suggested a coffee table. The placement was exact. The distances between things were exact. I stepped inside. The floor was compacted dirt, but it had been smoothed, almost polished by pressure. My footsteps sounded muted, as if the ground was absorbing them. I moved slowly, turning in place, mapping what I saw onto what I remembered. There was a corner where the television used to be. In its place stood a vertical arrangement of sticks, bound together facing the couch. Not functional, not anything real, but positioned exactly where the TV had been. My chest felt tight, but not in a way I could name. Not panic, not yet. Something closer to recognition stretched too far. I moved toward the passage on the right. The kitchen, or what passed for it, was smaller than I remembered. Or maybe I had grown. A low surface of packed mud ran along one side, with shallow depressions that suggested a sink and a stovetop. Above it, branches jutted out in a line that mirrored where cabinets used to be. There were no objects, no utensils, nothing that served a purpose beyond shape. I didn't stay there long. The staircase was where it should have been, just past the living room, rising along the left wall. It was the part I had been avoiding looking at directly. It wasn't a real staircase. It couldn't be. The steps were formed from layered wood and dirt, each one uneven, some thicker than others. They leaned slightly, as if the entire structure might give way under weight, but they let up. I stood at the base of them, looking up into the dim space above, and felt something shift in me. Not fear. Not exactly a pull, the kind that comes from unfinished things. That's when I heard it. My name. It came from upstairs, soft and clear, like it had traveled down a familiar hallway. I didn't move at first. My mind went immediately to the simplest explanation. Someone else in the woods. Someone playing a trick. A voice carrying in a strange way. But the sound had been inside the structure. Close. I swallowed and looked up again. The voice came a second time, not louder, but closer to what I remembered. It wasn't distorted. It wasn't exaggerated. It sounded like her on an ordinary day, calling me from another room. I felt the urge to answer. It rose automatically like a reflex I hadn't used in years. I stopped it before it reached my throat. Instead, I put my foot on the first step. It held. The second step shifted slightly under my weight, but didn't collapse. I moved slowly, testing each one before committing. The air grew cooler as I climbed, and the light thinned further, filtering in from gaps in the walls. Halfway up, I noticed something I hadn't at first. The walls along the staircase weren't just rough, they were patterned. The arrangement of sticks and mud created faint lines that echoed the wallpaper we used to have. Thin vertical stripes, uneven but deliberate. I kept going. At the top, the space opened into a narrow hallway. The ceiling was low enough that I had to tilt my head slightly. There were 2 doorways, one on each side, and a third at the end. My room had been on the left. I turned that way. The doorway was just an opening, but the frame around it was thicker, reinforced. I stepped through. The room inside was smaller than the living room, but it hit me harder. The bed was there, or the idea of it. A raised platform of branches in the same position mine had been, against the far wall under where the window should have been. The window was present, a square cutout with thin sticks crossing it like panes. Across from the bed, a rough structure marked where my desk used to be. In the corner, a vertical shape suggested the dresser. Everything was built from the same forest materials, but arranged with a precision that went beyond guesswork. It wasn't just a house. It was my house, reduced to memory and rebuilt with whatever the forest had. I stepped further in. The air in the room felt still, heavier than downstairs. I could hear my own breathing more clearly, each inhale slightly louder than the last. I moved toward the bed and stopped beside it, looking down at the layered leaves that formed its surface. That's when the voice came again, closer this time, not from the hallway, from behind me. I turned too quickly, my foot catching slightly on the uneven floor. The doorway was empty, but the sound had been there, right at the threshold, like someone standing just out of sight. My name, spoken the way she used to when she wanted me to come to her. Not urgently, just expectantly. I felt something break open in my chest. Then, not fear, something softer, more dangerous. The part of me that had come here for this, that had imagined hearing her one more time, even if it wasn't real. I took a step toward the doorway. The hallway beyond it looked the same as before. Dim, narrow, still. I listened. Nothing. I told myself to leave. That whatever this was, structure, coincidence, something my mind was projecting onto a strange place, it had gone far enough. I had seen what I came to see. There was no reason to stay. Then I noticed the door at the end of the hallway. It hadn't been open before. Now it was just slightly, enough to show a sliver of the space beyond. My parents' room. I hadn't gone in there in years, not even when we still lived in the house. It had always felt like their space, separate from mine. The door creaked as I moved toward it, not from sound but from the way the structure shifted under my steps. The opening widened a little more, as if responding to my movement. The voice came again, from inside that room. Not my name this time, just a soft call, the kind that didn't need words. I reached the door and placed my hand against the edge. The material was cool and slightly damp. It gave a little under pressure, like it wasn't meant to be touched. I pushed. The room beyond was darker than the others. The light from the hallway didn't reach far, and the gaps in the walls were smaller, letting in less of the outside. I could make out the shape of a bed, larger than the one in my room, positioned exactly where it should be. The rest was shadow. I stepped inside. The air changed immediately. It felt closer, thicker, like the room was holding more than just stillness. I took another step. The floor shifted under me, more noticeably this time. A low, soft sound came from beneath it, like something settling deeper into the ground. I froze. The sound came again, not from the floor this time, but from the walls. A faint, irregular rustling, like the materials that made up the structure were moving against each other. I turned back toward the doorway. It was smaller, not dramatically, not enough to be obvious at a glance, but enough that I felt it. The frames seemed closer together, the opening narrower than when I had entered. My breathing sped up. I took a step toward it. The rustling grew louder, not aggressive, not fast, just constant, like a slow adjustment happening all at once. The voice came again, but it was wrong this time. Not the sound itself, it still carried the same tone, the same familiarity, but it came from everywhere at once. The walls, the floor, the space behind me. I moved faster. The doorway was still there, but the edges of it had softened, the sticks and mud blending inward slightly, as if the structure was closing in around the opening. I reached it and pushed through, my shoulder brushing against the frame. It gave, then held. I stumbled into the hallway. The space there felt tighter too. The ceiling lower. The distance to the stairs longer than it had been. I didn't look back. I moved as quickly as I could, keeping my balance on the uneven floor, heading for the staircase. The rustling followed, not chasing, just continuing, like the entire structure was shifting in place. The first step down held, the second dipped more than before. I gripped the side, feeling the materials flex under my hand. Halfway down, I heard something collapse above me. Not a crash. A soft inward folding. I didn't stop. The living room below was darker now. The light from the doorway thinner, as if the opening had narrowed. I stepped off the last stair and crossed the room in a few strides. The front door was still open. I moved through it and out into the clearing. The air outside felt different immediately. Wider. Thinner. I took a few steps away before turning back. The house stood where it had been, unchanged at a glance, but the proportions were off. The windows were smaller, the door slightly lower. The entire structure looked like it had settled inward, compressed by something I couldn't see. I didn't go back to the trail. I moved straight through the trees in the direction I thought led out, not caring if it was the right way. The forest felt less contained now. The sounds returning. Distant movement, wind through leaves, the normal noise of a place that wasn't holding itself together. I didn't stop until I reached a path I recognized. I found the trailhead near dusk, the sign exactly where it had been, unchanged. I stood there for a long time, looking back into the trees. There was no clearing visible from that angle, no break in the forest, just a continuous wall of trunks and branches. I left before it got dark. I haven't gone back. Sometimes, when I'm in a quiet place, I think about the layout of that house. The way everything was where it should be, even when it wasn't. The way it felt like something had built it from memory, but not mine alone. And I think about how the doorway looked when I turned to leave that last room, how it had already begun to close. Not fast, not violently, just enough to make me wonder what would have happened if I had stayed a little longer, if I had answered when it called, if I had stepped fully into that space and let it finish arranging itself around me until there was no difference left between what I remembered and where I stood. I noticed the ground was wrong before I noticed the box. The pine needles around our campsite had that soft, springy give they always do in late summer, but a patch near the fire ring looked pressed flat, like something heavy had rested there and then been lifted straight up. No drag marks, no disturbed roots, just a shallow, clean depression in the dirt. I stepped into it without thinking, and felt the soil sink a little deeper under my weight, damp and cool like it had been turned recently. We'd only arrived an hour earlier. Eli was still stringing up the tarp between two trees. Mia was digging through the cooler, and Jordan had wandered off toward the creek with his camera. It was one of those easy, familiar setups we'd done a dozen times since high school. Same jokes, same routines, same assumption that nothing ever really changed. I crouched and brushed the dirt with my hand. It came away darker than the surrounding soil. Fresh. Hey, I called over my shoulder, keeping my voice casual. Did one of you bury something here already? Eli glanced over, squinting. He shook his head once and went back to the knots. Mia didn't even look up. I kept digging. It didn't take long to hit something solid. Wood. The corner of a box. Edges clean and straight. Not old wood either. It hadn't softened or splintered the way buried things usually do. I cleared more dirt away until I could get my fingers under the lip and pull. The box came up too easily. It wasn't large, maybe the size of a shoebox, but heavier than it looked. The lid was secured with two simple metal latches, both of them clean, no rust, no dirt packed into the hinges. Someone had put it here recently. That was the only explanation that made sense. Guys, I said louder now. Mia walked over first, wiping her hands on her shorts. Eli followed, slower, curiosity finally winning out over his tarp. Jordan came back last, camera still in his hand, lens cap dangling. What'd you find? Mia asked. Time capsule, Eli said immediately, like he'd already decided what it was supposed to be. He crouched beside me and ran his hand over the top. People do that out here. Bury stuff, come back years later. Jordan leaned in, angling his camera down. Open it. I hesitated for a second. Not because I was worried, but because something about how clean it was didn't fit. Then I flipped the latches. The lid creaked softly as it opened. Inside, everything was arranged neatly. Too neatly. a stack of photographs on top, held together with a thin rubber band. Beneath that, what looked like a folded map, maybe a notebook. I didn't get that far at first. I picked up the photos. The top one showed our campsite. Same clearing, same fire ring, same cluster of trees leaning slightly to the west. But the ground was wrong, blackened, the needles gone, replaced by a brittle layer of ash. The trees were still standing, but their bark was split and peeling, branches stripped bare. I felt Eli shift beside me. Wildfire, he said, like he was explaining it to himself. I nodded slowly, even though something in my chest had tightened. I flipped to the next photo. It was us. Not exactly us. Older. I recognized each face immediately, but everything about them was off. Skin stretched tighter, lines deeper, eyes set in a way that made them look worn. Eli was sitting on a log, his arm wrapped in a thick bandage that looked soaked through. Mia stood behind him, her hair shorter, her expression blank in a way I'd never seen before. Jordan was half turned toward the camera, his face partially obscured, but I could see the bruise along his jaw, dark and swollen. And me. I was closest to the camera. Too close. My face filled most of the frame, eyes wide, mouth slightly open like I was about to say something or had just stopped myself. There was dirt smeared across my cheek, and something darker along my collarbone I didn't want to think about too closely. I checked the corner of the photo. There was a date, 10 years from now. I let out a short breath that didn't feel like it had come from me. Okay, Mia said, her voice tight. That's not funny. No one's joking, I said. Jordan reached over and took the stack from my hands, flipping through faster than I had. Each photo showed some version of the same thing. The forest burned out. Us older hurt in different ways. In one, Eli wasn't there at all. In another, Mia was sitting alone by the fire pit, staring at something out of frame. They're staged, Eli said, but he wasn't convincing anyone, including himself. Someone messed with the camera date, made us up with makeup or something. Jordan shook his head slowly. That's me, he said. Quieter. That's my jacket. I don't own that yet. Mia folded her arms, stepping back like distance might make it less real. So what? We're supposed to believe this is what? The future? No one answered. I took one of the photos back and looked closer at the background. The trees weren't just burned. Some of them had collapsed, leaving jagged stumps. The sky looked wrong too, a dull gray that didn't match the clear blue above us now. My eyes drifted back to the box. Wait, I said. I set the photos aside and looked at the bottom of the container. There was dirt there, but not packed in. Just a thin layer, like it had been placed on top rather than buried with the box. And on that dirt, a footprint. Fresh. The edges were still sharp, the impression deep enough that I could see the tread pattern clearly. I stared at it for a long second before it clicked. Jordan, I said. He looked up. What? Your shoe? He frowned and lifted one foot, turning it slightly. The tread matched exactly. Same worn spot near the heel. Same small tear along one of the grooves. That's not possible, he said, but his voice had dropped. Mia stepped closer again despite herself. Maybe you stepped in it earlier, she said, before we dug it up. I shook my head. The dirt on top is loose. That print is on top of everything else. Eli leaned in, his expression tightening as he compared the two. It's fresh, he said finally, like just made. Jordan looked around the clearing. Slow, deliberate. I haven't been here, he said. Not before today. The air felt different after that. Not colder, not warmer, just thinner, like something had been taken out of it. I stood up, suddenly aware of how quiet the forest had become. No wind in the branches, no distant bird calls, just the faint rustle of Eli's tarp shifting as it settled. We should leave, Mia said. No one argued. We didn't pack properly. We didn't check the map or talk about where we'd go instead. We just started grabbing things and stuffing them into bags, movements quick and uneven. The easy rhythm from earlier was gone. replaced by something sharp and urgent. I kept glancing at the photos where they lay on the ground, half expecting them to have changed when I wasn't looking. Jordan picked up his camera, then hesitated, turning it toward the spot where we'd found the box. "I'm taking one," he said, more to himself than to us. He snapped the picture. The sound felt too loud. Eli yanked the last of the rope, free from the trees. "Let's go," he said. We started toward the trail we'd come in on, moving faster than the terrain really allowed. Roots caught at our boots. Branches brushed against our arms. No one spoke. There wasn't anything useful to say. I was a few steps behind the others when I heard it. A soft crunch. Not ahead. Not to the side. Behind me. I stopped. The others kept moving for a second before noticing. Eli turned first. "What are you?" "Shh," I said. We all listened. Nothing. Then again. A single step. Close enough that I could feel it through the ground more than hear it. I turned slowly. The clearing looked the same as it had minutes ago. The disturbed patch of earth where we dug up the box. The scattered photos. The trees standing tall and green. But something about the light had shifted. It was subtle, like a cloud had passed overhead. Except there were no clouds. The shadows were just softer, less defined. "Do you see that?" Mia whispered. I nodded. The edge of the clearing, where the trees thickened, seemed darker than it should have been. Not just shadowed, but muted, like the color had been drained out. Another step. Closer. Jordan raised his camera again, hands shaking slightly. He zoomed in toward the tree line. "Don't," Eli said, but it was too late. The camera clicked. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Jordan lowered it, staring at the screen. His face went pale. "Show me," I said. He didn't move. I stepped forward and grabbed the camera from him, ignoring the way his fingers tightened around it for a second before letting go. The photo filled the display. The clearing. Us. Mid-turn, caught in that frozen second of not quite running, not quite staying. And behind us, at the edge of the trees, 4 figures. Older. Wrong. The same faces from the photos in the box, but clearer now. Closer. Watching. My chest tightened so hard it hurt. I looked up from the camera. The tree line was empty. I looked back down. They were still there in the photo, standing just inside the burned gray version of the forest that didn't exist around us yet. One of them, me, was leaning slightly forward, like I was about to step out. I dropped the camera. "Run," Eli said. We ran. No pacing, no looking back, no attempt to stay together beyond the basic instinct of following the same direction. Branches snapped underfoot. The ground dipped and rose unpredictably. At one point I stumbled and caught myself on a rock, skin scraping hard enough to sting, but I didn't stop. The forest didn't feel the same anymore. The green around us looked too bright, too temporary, like it was already fading into something else just beyond our sight. I don't know how long we ran before the trees began to thin, and the trail came back into view. We didn't slow down until we hit the gravel of the parking area, lungs burning, legs shaking. The car was exactly where we'd left it. Everything was exactly as it should have been. Eli fumbled with the keys, dropping them once before getting the door open. We piled in without thinking about seats or bags or anything else. He started the engine and pulled out too fast, tires kicking up dust as we left the clearing behind. No one spoke for a long time. The road wound back through the forest, each turn revealing more of the same healthy green we'd seen on the way in. Nothing burned, nothing dead, no sign of anything wrong, except for the camera. It sat on my lap, screen dark. I didn't want to turn it back on. When I finally did, my hands were steady in a way that didn't match how I felt. The last photo was still there, but it had changed. The figures at the tree line were closer now. Not by much, but enough that I could see more detail. The way Eli's older self was gripping his arm. The way Mia's expression hadn't changed at all. The way Jordan's face was turned slightly toward me, and me, closer to the edge, closer to stepping out. I checked the timestamp. It wasn't 10 years in the future anymore. It was today. I didn't say anything. I just turned the camera off and set it down. We drove in silence the rest of the way out of the forest, each of us staring straight ahead like if we didn't look to the sides. Whatever was back there wouldn't follow. I haven't gone camping since. None of us have. We don't talk about it either. Not directly. We send the occasional message, check in, pretend things are normal. But there's always that pause, that space where the memory sits, unspoken and heavy. I still have the camera. I keep it in a drawer I don't open often. Sometimes when the house is quiet and the light hits just right, I think about turning it on again, just to see if the image has changed, just to check how close they are now. I haven't done it yet, because I'm not sure I want to see the moment where one of them finally steps out of the frame and into wherever I am, bringing whatever happened in that dead, burned forest with them, closing the distance we thought we'd put behind us, proving that we didn't escape anything at all. I set my phone to record because something heavy kept circling my tent, and I wanted proof it was just a bear. I'd come out to a patch of national forest I'd picked for its emptiness, a clearing I found on a satellite map where the tree cover broke just enough for a small fire ring and a view of the ridge. Late fall, the ground was hard and dry, the air cold enough to make my breath visible, the sky clear in a way that makes you feel like you're being watched from very far away. I'm not the kind of person who scares easily. I work in data. I spend my days turning noise into something measurable. If there's a pattern, I assume there's a cause. The first pass around my tent happened just after I killed the fire. I heard the weight of it in the leaf litter. Slow and deliberate, something pushing through brush without trying to hide. I froze inside my sleeping bag, listening. It stopped close enough that I could hear a wet exhale, like air pushed through a mouth. Then it moved again, completing a circle. No huffing, no snorting, none of the things you expect from a bear. Just that steady dragging sound. I reached for my phone and started recording. I didn't say anything. I didn't want my voice contaminating the audio. I just held it near the mesh of the tent door and let it run. It circled 3 more times. Each pass took longer than the last, like it was slowing down to listen back at me. At one point, it stopped right at my head. I could feel the cold sink through the fabric where it stood, blocking the little bit of warmth I'd built up. I remember thinking that if it was a bear, it would test the tent. It would paw at it. It didn't. It just stood there. Then it moved away. I didn't sleep much after that. The woods went quiet in that unnatural way where even the insects stopped. Every now and then I thought I heard it again, further out, but it never came back close. When morning came, I told myself it was exactly what I'd thought, a curious animal making a loop. I got up, stiff and cold, and stepped out into the clearing. The first thing I noticed was how still everything was. No birds, no wind. The second thing I noticed was the trees. Around my campsite, at about eye level, there were small bundles hanging from branches. At first I thought they were just debris clumps of leaves caught on twigs, but when I walked closer I saw they'd been tied, twisted. Each one was a tight knot of something dark, bound together with thin strips of bark. I reached out and touched one. Hair, not animal fur, longer, coarser, in uneven lengths. Threaded through it were small pieces of bone, not big enough to be from anything like a deer. Thin, hollow, bird bones maybe. They'd been arranged deliberately, woven through the hair like beads. I stepped back and looked around. There were dozens of them, maybe more, hanging in a rough circle around where I'd slept. I hadn't noticed them the night before. I would have. They were too obvious once you knew to look. But in the dark, with the firelight low, they could have blended into the branches. That's what I told myself. I took photos. I took a video walking the perimeter, narrating quietly into my phone. My voice sounded too loud in the stillness, so I stopped talking and just filmed. There were no tracks. That was the part that didn't fit. The ground was soft enough to take impressions, but aside from my own boot prints, there was nothing. No paw marks, no scuffs, no sign of anything heavy circling my tent. I went back to my phone and replayed the recording from the night before. At first, it sounded exactly like I remembered. The crunch of leaves, the slow, steady movement, the faint sound of breathing. I almost felt relieved. It lined up. It was something physical, something I could point to. Then about a minute in, the audio shifted. It wasn't obvious at first. It came in under the movement, layered beneath it, a pattern, soft, rhythmic. I turned the volume up and held the phone closer to my ear. It was a voice, not loud, not even clear enough to pick out individual words at first. Just a series of whispered sounds, repeating in a cadence that didn't match the footsteps. The footsteps would pause, but the whispering would continue, steady and even. I scrubbed back and listened again. This time I heard the structure of it. Not random noise, not wind. It had spacing, emphasis, like someone speaking very quietly, very close to the microphone. I hadn't heard it while it was happening. I played it a third time, focusing on the moment when the thing had stopped near my head. The footsteps ended, the breathing got louder, and the whispering came through clearer. It wasn't a language I recognized. No familiar sounds, no words I could latch onto, but it had repetition. Certain syllables came back, over and over in the same order. I realized after a few passes that it was consistent, the same sequence each time, like it was saying the same thing every time it circled. I stopped the playback and sat there, phone in my hand, trying to map it to something normal, someone else in the woods, a person messing with me. But the lack of tracks didn't fit, the way it moved didn't fit, and I would have heard a human voice through the tent, not just through the recording. I packed slowly after that. I kept looking up at the trees, at the bundles, expecting to see something else I'd missed. The air felt heavier than it had the night before, like the pressure had dropped. I told myself I was overreacting, that there was an explanation I just hadn't found yet. When I finished packing, I did one last sweep of the clearing to make sure I hadn't left anything behind. That's when I saw the figure. It was at the edge of the trees, maybe 50 yards out, partially obscured by trunks and branches. Standing still, at first I thought it was just another camper. The shape was right, human, upright, but something about the posture was wrong. Too straight, too fixed. I shaded my eyes and took a step forward. It didn't move. I took another step, angling slightly to get a clearer line of sight between the trees. That's when I saw the clothes. Same jacket, same color, same scuffed knees on the pants where I'd torn them on a hike last year. Even the hat dark with the small tear on the brim. For a second, my brain refused to process it. It tried to flatten it into something ordinary, to tell me I was seeing a reflection, a trick of light. But there was nothing reflective out there, just trees. The figure shifted slightly, enough for me to see the side of its face. It wasn't a clear view, just a profile, but it was enough. It looked like me, not exactly, not in a way I could point to and say this feature matches that feature. It was more like the impression of me, the way you recognize someone from a distance by how they carry themselves, the proportions, the stance. I didn't call out, I didn't move closer. Every instinct I had told me to do the opposite. I backed up, slowly at first, then faster, keeping my eyes on it until the trees blocked my view. When I turned and walked toward the trail, I had the distinct feeling that if I looked back again, it would be closer. I didn't look. The hike back to my car took longer than it should have. I kept stopping, listening, expecting to hear the same slow circling from the night before. The woods stayed quiet. No footsteps, no voices. When I reached the trailhead, my car was exactly where I'd left it. The parking area was empty, no other vehicles, no sign that anyone else had been there. I unlocked the door and tossed my pack into the back seat. As I came around to the front, I saw the note. It was tucked under the windshield wiper, folded once. Plain white paper, no envelope, no markings on the outside. I stood there for a moment. Just looking at it, there was a part of me that didn't want to touch it, like it might change if I did. Finally, I reached out and pulled it free. The paper was cold, not damp, not crumpled, just cold, like it had been sitting in the shade. I unfolded it. There was a single line written in pen. Neat, careful handwriting, not rushed. It was a detail from my childhood. Not something obvious. Not my name, not my birthday. Something small, specific. A place I used to hide things when I was a kid. In a house we moved out of years ago. A place no one would know unless they'd been there, unless they'd seen me do it. I read it twice, then a third time. Trying to find a way to interpret it as something else. A coincidence. A guess. It wasn't all. I looked around the parking area. The road beyond it. The tree line. There was no one there. My phone buzzed in my hand. I flinched hard enough that I almost dropped it. It was still open to the audio file from the night before. I don't remember opening it again. The playback was at the point where the whispering was clearest. I held it up, my hand shaking now, and listened. This time, I understood one word. It wasn't a translation. It didn't suddenly become English. It was more like the sound lined up with something in my head, something familiar enough to recognize. It was my name, not spoken the way people usually say it. Not flat, not casual. It was stretched, broken into pieces, repeated in that same rhythm I'd heard before. I stood there in the empty parking lot, the note in one hand, the phone in the other, and felt something shift in me. Up until that point, I'd been trying to fit everything into a framework I understood. Animals, people, pranks. Even when it didn't fit, I kept trying. That stopped working, because whatever had been outside my tent hadn't just been moving around me. It had been speaking, and whatever it had left in the trees hadn't been random. It had been placed, and whatever I'd seen in the woods hadn't just resembled me. It had been close enough that I couldn't dismiss it. And the note. There was no version of that where it was an accident. I got in the car and locked the doors. I didn't start the engine right away. I just sat there listening to the last few seconds of the recording as it looped. The footsteps, the breathing, the whispering, my name again and again, in a voice that didn't belong to anyone I'd ever met. When the audio ended, there was a brief stretch of silence. Then, right at the cutoff, there was a sound I hadn't noticed before. A faint tap, like something lightly touching the fabric of the tent, exactly where my head had been. I deleted the recording. I don't know why. It didn't undo anything. It didn't change what I'd heard. But I couldn't stand the idea of it existing on my phone, of it being something I could accidentally play again. I started the car and drove out of there without looking back. I haven't gone camping since. I still think about the structure of it sometimes. The pattern, the way the sounds repeated, the way it seemed to know exactly how to move from something explainable to something that wasn't, from footsteps to whispers, from the woods to my past. I've tried to reconstruct the audio in my head, to break it down into pieces I can analyze, but every time I get close, I hit the same point. The moment where it says my name and everything after that feels wrong, like I'm not remembering it so much as it's remembering me. I changed phones. I changed my number. I even moved apartments, like distance would matter. It doesn't. Every now and then, when it's quiet enough, I hear something just at the edge of perception. Not loud, not clear, just a rhythm almost too soft to notice, like a pattern trying to form. I don't record it anymore. I don't want to find out what else it knows. By the time we realized the tent didn't belong there, the storm had already closed in around us. The trail had narrowed to something barely recognizable, just a broken line of flattened brush cutting through the high forest. Wind moved through the trees in long, uneven pushes, carrying the smell of wet bark and cold stone. We were already committed to pushing forward. Turning back would have meant losing daylight entirely. When my partner stopped ahead of me without warning, I nearly walked into him. He didn't point. He didn't say anything. He just tilted his head slightly, the way he does when something doesn't fit. That's when I saw it. A high-end tent, pitched perfectly on a patch of ground that looked artificially level compared to everything around it. The fabric was taut, dark, and clean despite the weather. No sagging seams, no loose lines. It looked like it had been set up minutes ago. but the forest around it told a different story. No footprints, no disturbed earth, nothing leading to or from it. Rain hit harder, ticking against the canopy above us. The light was already fading into that dull gray that comes before evening fully settles in, and the temperature had dropped enough that staying exposed wasn't an option for long. We hadn't seen another person all day. I stepped off the trail first, moving toward the tent slowly, scanning the ground as I went. My boots sank slightly into the wet soil, leaving clear impressions behind me. I checked again. Nothing else marked the area. It was like the tent had been placed there without anyone ever walking up to it. My partner circled wider, keeping distance, watching the tree line. He's always been better at that part, seeing what doesn't move when everything else does. The zipper on the tent was closed, but not sealed tightly. A small gap near the top let in a thin line of rain. I called out once, raising my voice just enough to carry. No answer. The wind shifted, pushing the sound sideways into the trees. I crouched near the entrance and hesitated for a second, my hand resting on the zipper pull. There was no reason for that hesitation I could explain. Just a quiet resistance, like something in me didn't want to interrupt whatever had been left here. Then the temperature dropped another degree, sharp enough to feel through my jacket, and that made the decision for me. I opened the tent. Everything inside was arranged with precision. Packs were upright, straps coiled neatly. Cooking gear was stacked and dry. A lantern hung from the center loop, unlit but positioned for easy reach. A sleeping bag was rolled tight, not recently used. No creases, no warmth trapped in the fabric. No person. I leaned in farther, scanning for any sign of disruption. There wasn't any. No torn seams, no scattered belongings. It looked like someone had stepped out for a moment and expected to return immediately. But no one abandons gear like that in a storm. My partner ducked in behind me, bringing a gust of cold air with him. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The silence inside the tent felt different from the silence outside. Contained. I noticed the journal next. It sat on top of one of the packs. Centered, not tucked away. The cover was slightly damped but intact, the edges worn just enough to suggest it had been used regularly. I picked it up and opened to the first written page. The entries were dated, organized. The handwriting was steady, deliberate. Early notes focused on the trail, weather shifts, elevation changes, small adjustments to gear, observations that matched the kind of person who plans ahead and pays attention. I flipped forward. The tone shifted gradually. Shorter entries. Less about the environment. More about something harder to define. I keep hearing movement at night. The next page, it stops when I look directly at it. I paused, listening without meaning to. The rain filled the space outside, steady and loud, but underneath it there were gaps. Thin spaces where other sounds could exist. I turned another page. It's not an animal. I know how animals move. The handwriting tightened slightly, letters pressed closer together. My partner shifted his weight near the entrance. Glancing out into the trees again, I kept reading. It stays just beyond the light. A longer pause in the storm passed, the wind dropping off just enough to make the rain sound softer. I think it's tall. I only ever see part of it in the edge of my vision. The temperature inside the tent felt like it had changed, though I couldn't say how. Just a subtle awareness that the space around us wasn't as empty as it should be. I turned to the next entry. I walked around the tent this morning. No tracks. That line sat alone on the page. And I flipped again. It's closer now. It's underlined. The next page was written more quickly. The line's uneven. I don't think it wants me to look at it directly. Thunder cracked overhead, sharp and immediate. The tent fabric snapped tight for a moment, then settled back as the wind shifted direction. My partner leaned slightly into the opening, scanning left to right. I turned to the final page. The handwriting had changed, not dramatically, but enough to feel wrong. The letters pressed harder into the paper, the lines angled slightly downward. I can hear it even when the wind stops. There was a break in the sentence, then more writing below it. It's standing right outside the tent. That was it. No closing thought, no attempt to explain, just a final line and a jagged mark trailing off beneath it, like the pen had been dragged too quickly. I became aware of how quiet it was between gusts of wind. The rain softened for a moment, and in that gap I heard something shift outside. Not a step, just movement. Subtle, but deliberate. I froze, listening. It didn't repeat right away. The sound seemed to linger longer than it should have, like it had weight to it. My partner's hand hovered near the lantern but didn't turn it on. Another lull in the wind. The sound came again. Closer. From a different angle. I leaned slightly toward the entrance, careful not to push the flap too far open. Through the narrow gap I could see the trees swaying, rain cutting diagonally through the air. Everything looked normal. But there was a space between two trees that didn't move the way the rest of the forest did. It held its shape. I blinked, and it was gone. I pulled back slowly. The journal felt heavier in my hands than it should have. Another sound brushed against the outside of the tent. Soft, like something passing close without touching, except there was nothing there. The wind surged again, pressing the tent wall inward before snapping it back. For a brief second, the fabric stretched tight enough to flatten whatever was outside against it, and there, just for an instant, was a distortion, a vertical shape, too narrow, too tall, not defined, just wrong. Then the tension released, and it vanished. The storm dropped off abruptly, leaving a silence that felt complete in a way it shouldn't have. We didn't wait after that. We packed nothing. We changed nothing. We left the tent exactly as we found it, except for the journal. I don't remember deciding to take it. It was just in my pack when we started moving again. We didn't see anyone on the way back. No missing camper. No signs of a search. No abandoned gear along the trail. At the trailhead, one vehicle sat alone at the far edge of the lot, coated in dust and rain, locked. Later, I checked the registration. It matched the gear. No one ever reported that person missing. I still have the journal. I've read it enough times to know every line by memory, every shift in handwriting, every space where something feels implied but never stated. Sometimes I catch myself doing the same thing the writer described, pausing just before looking fully into a dark space, noticing movement that disappears the moment I try to focus on it. And I remember that tent. How perfect it looked. How untouched the ground was around it. And how something can stand just outside your awareness without ever needing to come closer. I first saw the tent from a distance that didn't make sense for how new it looked. It was midday, bright enough that shadows had hard edges, and I was working a sweep along a secondary trail that cut through a wide basin of scrub and pine. The place doesn't get much foot traffic except in peak season, and even then, campers cluster near water. This tent sat alone on a flat patch of ground, pitched clean, lines tight, no sag, no debris around it. From 200 yards out, it looked like someone had set it up an hour earlier and then vanished. I slowed without meaning to. The wind carried nothing. No voices, no movement, not even the dull clatter of cookware you usually hear from a campsite. Just the steady dry whisper of grass. We get calls about overdue hikers often enough that you learn to read small things fast. A neat campsite can mean discipline. It can also mean staging. I moved off the trail, cutting a shallow arc to approach from downwind. Habit. You don't walk straight into something that doesn't add up. Up close, it got worse. The tent was staked properly, but the stakes were too clean. No soil packed around them. No scuffing from a boot twisting them in. The ground beneath the vestibule was undisturbed except for a thin, even layer of dust. I crouched and pressed a finger into it. Dry, untouched. No footprints, no drag marks, nothing. I unzipped the vestibule and paused, listening again. Still nothing. Inside, the sleeping bag was laid out like a catalog photo. Pillow fluff. A headlamp sat on top of the bag, strap neatly coiled. A pair of boots rested side by side near the entrance, toes pointing outward as if someone had stepped out of them and would be back any minute. I reached down and tapped one with a knuckle. Light. Too light. I lifted it. The sole was hollow. No insole, no weight, no wear. The laces were threaded but never pulled tight. The tongue still held the factory crease. It wasn't a boot someone had hiked in. It was a shell meant to look like one. I set it back exactly where it had been. On the other side of the tent, a small stove sat on a flat rock, fuel canister attached, valve closed. I picked it up, empty, not just unused, empty, deliberately vented or drained. The metal was cold but too clean. No soot, no discoloration from flame. A pot sat beside it with a spoon inside. The spoon had a smear on it that looked like dried food at first glance. But when I leaned in, it was uniform, almost painted on. I touched it with a gloved finger. It flaked like brittle plastic. I stepped back and took a slow look around the entire site. Everything was there. Everything was wrong. No trash, no food scraps, no packaging, no footprints in or out, no path through the brush. Just a perfect image of a campsite paused mid-use, without any evidence that a person had ever occupied it. I keyed my radio, kept my voice level, and reported a possible stage site, coordinates included. I didn't say decoy. Not yet. You don't name something until you're sure. Dispatch acknowledged and asked if there were signs of distress. I looked at the tent again, at the boots, the stove. Negative, I said. But it's not real. They told me to document and continue sweep. No immediate backup available. Standard. I took photos from multiple angles. Careful with my steps. I marked the perimeter with small flags from my kit, keeping outside the clean zone. Then I widened my search. About 50 yards out, I found the first sign of actual human movement. A single footprint, partial in a patch of softer soil near a cluster of low shrubs. The tread was shallow but distinct enough to identify a modern hiking shoe. It was oriented toward the tent. I scanned for a matching print leading away. There wasn't one. I circled wider. Another partial, then another, spaced irregularly, like someone had been moving carefully or stepping around obstacles. All of them pointed toward the tent. None led away. I felt the shift then. The job had changed without anyone saying it. Up until that point, it had been a welfare check in my head. Maybe someone got spooked, packed up in a hurry, left odd things behind. Maybe a prank, maybe an art project that got out of hand. But the footprints only going one way. The absence of any exit trail. The staged gear. It wasn't a campsite anymore. It was a signal. I followed the prints backward as best I could, working against their direction, reconstructing where the hiker had come from. They led toward the main trail, fading as the soil hardened. I picked them up again in a sandy wash, then lost them where the ground turned to packed dirt. On the edge of that wash, I found something else. A strip of fabric tied to a low branch. Bright color, the kind people use to mark their route if they're worried about getting lost. It fluttered lightly in the breeze. From the trail, it would be visible if you were looking off to the side. I stood on the trail and looked back at it. It caught the eye. It invited you in. I walked a short distance along the trail in both directions. No other markers. No signage. No indication that this was an official detour or hazard marking. Just that one strip of fabric placed at a point where the trail curved and sightlines narrowed. If you were tired, if you were worried, if you thought someone ahead needed help, you might step off the trail to check. I went back to the wash and followed the line again. It led with breaks toward the decoy tent. I didn't like the pattern that was forming, but I kept going. Another 100 yards out, I found a second marker. This one was subtler, a small pile of stones arranged in a way that suggested intent without being obvious. A cairn, but poorly built, like someone imitating what they thought a trail marker should look like. It pointed loosely toward a different direction than the tent. I checked my map. That direction led into thicker terrain, a series of low ridges and draws that could confuse even experienced hikers if they weren't paying attention. I followed that line instead of returning to the tent. The ground changed as I moved. More cover, more shadows, less open space. The air felt cooler, the wind dropped off, Sounds didn't carry as far. I marked my path carefully, not with fabric, but with GPS points and small and obtrusive tags I could retrieve later. About half a mile in, I saw it. At first it looked like part of the landscape, a dark shape tucked against a rise, partially obscured by brush. As I got closer, the edges resolved into straight lines that didn't belong in nature. It was a structure, low profile, built into the terrain. I stopped well short of it and dropped to a knee, scanning. No movement, no sound, no reflective surfaces catching the sun, just that dark, deliberate shape. I eased forward using the cover available until I could see more detail. It was an observation post, camouflaged netting stretched over a frame, blending it into the surrounding vegetation. Beneath it, a small platform of compacted earth and wood, a folding chair, a tripod mount with no device attached, a pair of binoculars resting on a crate. Everything arranged for long periods of watching, facing outward, directly aligned with the direction of the decoy campsite. My pulse stayed steady, but my focus narrowed. This wasn't random. It was built, maintained, used. I circled the structure, keeping my distance, looking for signs of recent activity. The ground around it was more disturbed than the tent site, but still controlled. Footprints here were clearer, boots with defined tread, multiple sizes, overlapping patterns. Not a single person, a group or at least more than one individual over time. On the backside of the post, partially hidden under a tarp, I found a small storage area. Inside were containers, weatherproof cases, labeled with dates and simple codes. No names, no obvious identifiers. I opened one. Inside were notebooks, plain, durable, filled with tight, consistent handwriting. I flipped through the first one quickly, scanning. Entries, dates, times, descriptions: solo hiker, male, mid-30s, steady pace. Deviated at marker 1, pair, female. Early 20s, stopped at site, no further movement observed. Subject ignored signal, remained on main trail. The language was clinical. Detached. There was no indication of concern. No notes about rescue or intervention. Just observation. Selection. I opened another notebook. Similar entries. Spanning months. Possibly longer. Patterns noted. Preferences implied. Subjects with visible fatigue more likely to engage. Bright markers increase deviation rate in overcast conditions. Groups of 3 or more less responsive. I closed the notebook and set it back exactly where it had been. There was more. In a sealed pouch, I found printed maps with overlays. The main trails marked clearly, but over them were additional lines, paths that didn't exist on any official chart. Points labeled with the same codes from the notebooks. The decoy campsite I had found was one of them, a network. I stepped back from the storage area and took another look at the observation post, this time with the context of what it was part of. Whoever set this up wasn't improvising. They were running a system. They were placing signals, watching responses, and documenting outcomes, and they were doing it inside a national park. I keyed my radio again, this time with more urgency, but still controlled. I reported the find, the structure, the documentation. I requested immediate law enforcement support and advised caution. I didn't speculate over the channel. I didn't need to. Dispatch acknowledged, tone changed, escalation confirmed. I stayed where I was. Protocol says you secure the scene, maintain observation, avoid contamination. It also says you don't go looking for trouble without backup when you've already found enough. But I couldn't shake one thing. The entries didn't include outcomes beyond no further movement observed. That's not how we write reports when we lose track of someone. We note search efforts. We log last known positions. We escalate. This was different. I scanned the surrounding area again. This time not for structures, but for anything that didn't fit. Depressions in the ground. Unnatural lines. Concealed paths. About 20 yards downslope from the post, partially hidden by a cluster of rocks, I found a narrow opening, It wasn't obvious, just a break in the brush that led into a shallow cut in the earth. The kind of place you'd miss unless you were looking for it. I approached slowly, every sense tuned. The opening led into a narrow passage between two rises, the ground worn smoother than the surrounding area. Not a trail, not officially, but used. I stopped at the entrance and looked back toward the observation post. From there, this path was in clear view. Watched. I didn't go down it. Instead, I marked the location, took photos, and stepped back. Whatever was beyond that point was part of the same system, and I wasn't going to walk into it alone. Sirens don't carry far out here, but I heard the helicopter before I saw it. The low thump of rotors, distant at first, then building. Backup was coming. I stayed in position, eyes on the post, on the path, on the space between them. No one came to claim it. No one tried to retrieve the notebooks or dismantle the structure. It sat there silent, as if it had been waiting to be found. When the first team arrived, I briefed them quickly, handed over my notes, and walked them through what I'd seen. Law enforcement took over the scene. More units followed. The area was secured, then expanded. In the days that followed, they found more. More decoy campsites, more markers, more observation points, each aligned with different parts of the trail network. The notebooks, once analyzed, showed a pattern of activity that went back further than any of us were comfortable with. They never gave me a full report. Not my lane, they said, but I heard enough. Hikers reported missing over the years, had last been seen near areas that matched the mapped points. Not all of them, but enough. The official statement called it an unauthorized surveillance operation. A criminal enterprise. Details withheld pending investigation. The decoy site I found was dismantled. The observation post was removed. The markers were cleared. Trails were reviewed. Signage updated. On paper, it was handled. But every time I walk that basin now, in the same bright daylight, I still see that first tent in my head, clean, perfect, waiting. And I think about the footprints that led to it and stopped. And the notebooks that didn't say what happened next. And the narrow path just out of sight that someone had taken the time to watch over and over until they knew exactly who would step off the trail and who would keep walking. I woke up because my shoulder hurt, like I'd been lying on a rock, and the first thing I saw was the wrong sky. The fabric of my tent glowed pale and thin with morning light, but the color wasn't right. The valley I'd hiked into the day before had steep granite walls that cut the sunrise into a narrow band. What came through the tent then should have been a sharp angled stripe. This was broad, washed out like I'd camped somewhere open. I reached up and touched the tent ceiling. It was damp with condensation, which made sense. The air smelled different. Not the cold mineral smell from the creek I'd camped near, but something dry, like dust and sun-warmed grass. I unzipped the door and pushed it open. The valley I'd chosen was gone. In its place was a wider basin, shallow and open, ringed by lower hills. The creek I'd set my tent beside wasn't there. No sound of running water, no steep walls catching the morning. The light spread across everything evenly. I didn't move at first. I just looked, waiting for the feeling to settle into something I could understand. It didn't. My tent was pitched on a patch of flattened grass I didn't recognize. The line of trees I'd fallen asleep beside wasn't anywhere nearby. Instead, there were scattered shrubs, low and gray, and a stand of aspens off to the right, their leaves barely moving. I stepped out slowly, barefoot, and turned in a full circle. Nothing matched. I keep my camp simple. Same tent, same layout, same routine. When I find a spot, I orient everything the same way. Tent facing east, pack leaned against a tree or rock on the north side, cook area a few steps away, downwind if I can manage it. It's automatic now. What I saw around me followed none of that. My gear had been moved, not just shifted or knocked over. Moved. My pack sat about 10 feet from the tent, upright, balanced perfectly on its base like it had been placed there with care. My boots were set beside it, Not kicked off where I'd left them, but aligned toe-to-toe. Laces tucked in. My stove, pot, and fuel canister were arranged in a small triangle on the ground, each piece spaced evenly from the others. I took a few steps toward the pack, my feet cold in the grass, and stopped when the pattern became clear. Everything was part of it. My water bottles, my headlamp, the small folding knife I keep in an outer pocket, even the wrapper from the energy bar I'd eaten before bed. All of it had been laid out in a series of straight lines and angles that connected across the ground. It wasn't random, it wasn't messy, it was deliberate. From above, I knew it would look like a geometric figure. Lines intersecting, objects placed at points like markers. The tent itself sat near the center, slightly off, as if whatever made it had adjusted for the tent being there. I felt a tightness in my chest then. The kind that comes when your body decides something is wrong before your mind catches up. I looked back at the tent, at the open flap, and saw the one thing that didn't fit the pattern. On my sleeping pad, where my head had been, there was a small object. I went back inside, slower this time, aware of every movement. The interior looked mostly the same. My sleeping bag was still unzipped the way I'd left it. My pillow, a rolled-up jacket, was where it should be, except for the thing resting on top of it. It was a carved figure, about the length of my palm, stone, I think, though it wasn't like any rock I recognized from the area. It was smooth in places, rough in others, with a dull gray color that caught the light in a flat way. The shape was human, but not detailed. The head was slightly too large, the limbs narrow, the body straight. The face had shallow indentations where eyes might be, a line for a mouth, no other features. It had been placed exactly where my head had been. I didn't touch it right away. I just looked at it, trying to find some sign that it belonged there, that it made sense in a way I could explain. There were no tracks inside the tent. The ground sheet was clean. The zipper was still closed the way I'd left it, except for where I'd opened it moments ago. I reached out and picked up the figure. It was cold, not just cool from the morning air, but cold in a way that felt out of place against everything else that had been warming with the sun. Heavier than it looked, too. I turned it over in my hand. The back was flat, the carving shallow but precise. There were faint lines etched across it, intersecting at angles that reminded me of the pattern outside. I set it down carefully on the sleeping pad and stepped back out of the tent. The arrangement of my gear stretched farther than I'd first thought. It wasn't just a small area around the tent. The lines extended outward, objects spaced at regular intervals, forming larger shapes that I could only partially see from ground level. I walked along one of the lines, following it past my pack, past the boots, to where it ended at a cluster of stones I didn't recognize. They'd been placed in a small stack, each one balanced on the next. There were no footprints. Not mine, not anyone else's. The grass was pressed down only where my gear sat or where the lines of objects ran. I turned back toward the tent and felt the disorientation hit fully. Then, I had gone to sleep in one place and woken up in another, not nearby, not a few yards off, somewhere else entirely. I know the terrain I hike. I study maps before I go out. I'd chosen that valley because it was isolated but predictable. One entry point, one exit, a creek running through it, high walls on both sides. This place had none of that. I moved quickly then, the way you do when the need to act overrides the need to understand. I pulled on my boots, not caring that they'd been placed so neatly. I grabbed my pack, checked it without really seeing what was inside. Everything seemed to be there, but I didn't take the time to inventory it. I left the stove and the carefully arranged pattern, exactly as it was. I didn't want to disturb it any more than I already had. The stone figure was the only thing I hesitated over. It sat inside the tent on the pillow, where my head had been. It felt like it was meant to be taken, or meant to be left. I couldn't tell which. In the end, I picked it up and slipped it into an outer pocket of my pack. I don't know why I did that. I took one last look around the site, trying to fix it in my memory. The lines, the angles, the way everything connected. The open basin, the low hills, the distant stand of aspens. Then I started walking. I chose a direction that looked like it would lead me out of the basin and up toward higher ground. From there, I figured I could get my bearings, maybe spot the valley I'd intended to be in. The hike out felt longer than it should have. The terrain was uneven, the grass giving way to patches of rock and loose soil. The sun climbed higher, the light growing harsher. I kept expecting to see something familiar, a ridgeline I recognized, the glint of the creek, the steep walls of the valley. Nothing appeared. When I reached the top of the nearest rise and looked back, the basin was empty. No tent, no gear, no pattern of objects, just grass and scattered shrubs. Undisturbed, I stood there for a long time, scanning the area, trying to pick out any sign that I'd come from somewhere specific. There was nothing. I checked my watch. It showed the right time. Morning, a little later than when I'd first woken up. My phone had no signal, which wasn't unusual for the area, but the GPS still worked. I pulled up the map and marked my current location. It didn't make sense. The coordinates placed me miles from where I'd camped. Not just off by a little, off by a distance I couldn't have covered overnight, especially not while asleep. I retraced my route in my head, the trail I'd taken in, the turnoff into the valley, the spot by the creek where I'd set up camp. According to the map, that valley was still where it should be, several miles to the west. I started moving again, angling in that direction. The rest of the day passed in a blur of walking and checking the map, of looking up and expecting the landscape to change into something familiar. By the time I reached the edge of the valley, I knew. The sun was already dropping. It was exactly as I'd left it. The creek ran cold and clear between the same steep walls. The trees stood in the same clusters. The ground where I'd set my tent was empty, but I could see the faint impression where it had been pitched, the disturbed earth where I'd cleared rocks. Nothing else was out of place. No sign of my gear, no pattern, no indication that anything had happened there at all. I didn't stay. I walked back to the trailhead in the dark, using my headlamp, moving faster than I normally would. Every sound felt sharper, every shadow deeper. When I reached my truck, I threw my pack in the bed and got in without taking anything out. I drove until I hit pavement, then kept going until the mountains were behind me. Later, I checked with the ranger station. I asked carefully if anyone had reported anything unusual in the area. Missing gear, strange activity, anything like that. They hadn't. No other campers had heard or seen anything out of the ordinary that night. No reports of lights, noises, or people moving through campsites. Nothing. I went through my pack when I got home, laying everything out on the floor. It was all there. Everything that had been part of that pattern in the basin was back with me, packed the way I normally pack it. No signs of damage, no missing pieces, except for the stone figure. I took it out of the pocket and set it on the table. In the light of my kitchen, it looked smaller than it had in the tent, less defined. The etched lines on its back were still there though, crossing and intersecting in that same precise way. I turned it over and set it down where my hand had been resting. I haven't gone back out there since. I still hike, but not alone, and not in places like that. I stick to marked trails, areas where there are other people within shouting distance. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed, I think about the way everything had been arranged, the care in it, the exactness, and the part I can't get past is this. Whatever moved my camp knew exactly where my head would be. I wake up sometimes with that same ache in my shoulder, like I've been lying on something hard. And for a second before I open my eyes, I have the sense that the room around me isn't the one I fell asleep in. I keep the figure in a drawer I don't open often. I've thought about throwing it away, or leaving it somewhere far from here, but I haven't. Once I took it out and set it on my pillow, just to see how it would look in the same place. It fit there too perfectly, like it had been measured. I put it back in the drawer and closed it. Sometimes I think about the basin, about how empty it looked from the ridge, like nothing had ever been there at all, and I can't decide which part unsettles me more, that everything had been moved so carefully, or that it could all be put back just as cleanly, without a trace. I remember the exact moment the forest stopped sounding like a place and started sounding like it was listening back. The fire had burned down to a low, steady bed of coals, the kind that glowed more than they flickered. I was feeding it in small pieces, keeping it alive without letting it flare too bright. That had been my role all night, same as always on trips like this. Keep things steady, keep everyone together, make sure nothing drifted too far out of hand. The others sat close, knees angled toward the heat, shoulders tucked in against the chill that settled in once the sun dropped behind the trees. It was late enough that the woods felt dense in a different way, like everything beyond the firelight had thickened. We'd picked that spot because it felt enclosed but manageable, a clearing just wide enough for the tents and the fire ring, surrounded by tall, straight trunks that blocked out most of the wind. During the day, it had felt safe. At night, it felt contained. I kept noticing how far the darkness pushed in between the trees. Not empty darkness either. Textured, layered, like there were shapes behind it that didn't move unless you looked straight at them. Nobody said much for a while. We'd already gone through the usual conversations earlier. Work, old stories, dumb arguments about nothing. By that point, everyone was just winding down. Someone shifted, boots scraping lightly against dirt. Someone else adjusted their jacket. Small sounds that should have been normal. That's when we heard it. My name called from somewhere past the trees. It came from the left side of the clearing, deeper into the forest than any of us had gone. Not loud, not panicked, just enough urgency in it to sound wrong for the hour. I froze with a piece of wood halfway to the fire. At first I thought I'd imagined it. The forest plays tricks at night. Sound bends, carries. But then it came again. My name, clearer this time. Every head around the fire turned, but not toward the trees. Toward me. I was already looking at them. No one spoke. No one needed to. The realization moved through us in a way that didn't need words. The voice calling my name had been mine. I set the piece of wood down slowly, like anything sudden might make it happen again. My throat felt tight, but I forced myself to speak, keeping it low and controlled, asking if anyone had heard it the same way I had. They nodded. No one laughed. No one tried to explain it away. That was the first shift. The moment where the night stopped being normal. We stayed still for a long time after that. The fire cracked softly. Something far off in the woods made a dry scraping noise against bark. I kept my eyes on the edge of the clearing, trying to pick out movement, but there was nothing definite. Just layers of shadow. Then it called again. Same voice. Mine, but this time it said more than just my name. It asked for help. The tone was wrong. Not panicked enough. Not steady enough either. Like someone trying to imitate urgency without understanding what it actually sounded like. I felt something cold settle behind my ribs. Not fear yet. Not fully. Something sharper. Recognition that this didn't fit into anything familiar. One of my friends shifted closer to the fire, his shoulder brushing mine. Another one stood halfway up before stopping. Like the decision to go check had started in his body before his brain caught up. I shook my head immediately. Not dramatic, just firm. Stay here. Nobody argued. We listened instead. The woods stayed quiet for a stretch that felt longer than it probably was. Long enough that my brain tried to normalize it, to file it under something explainable. An echo. Someone else out here. A trick of distance. Then the voice came back again. Still mine. But this time it wasn't calling for help. It was repeating something I'd said earlier that afternoon. Word for word. It had been a stupid comment. Something about how the trail had looked easier on the map. I hadn't thought about it since I said it. But there it was, coming out of the trees in my voice, delivered with the same casual tone I'd used hours before. No distortion. No hesitation. Perfect. The group didn't move, but the energy changed instantly. I could feel it in the way everyone leaned slightly inward, the way no one let their back face the trees anymore. Someone muttered that it wasn't funny, not directed at anyone specific, just into the space between us. The voice answered, not the mutter, something else. A different conversation. One that had happened while we were setting up tents, when two of them had argued quietly about where to place the gear so it wouldn't get damp overnight. It repeated both sides, not just the words. The tone, the pacing, the slight irritation underneath. I felt my stomach drop in a way that had nothing to do with height or motion. It was the kind of drop you get when something private stops being private without warning. We hadn't all been together for that conversation. I had been off collecting wood. But the voice in the trees reproduced it exactly. That's when I understood something I didn't want to understand. It hadn't just heard us around the fire. It had been listening the entire time. The realization spread without anyone saying it out loud. You could see it in faces, and the way people started scanning the dark more carefully, like they were trying to locate something that didn't want to be located. The voice kept going, fragments at first, pieces of conversations, a joke from earlier, a complaint about the hike, someone mentioning they forgot extra batteries. Then it started stitching them together, out of order, out of context, like it was testing combinations. The cadence shifted too, less like repetition, more like construction. It was using what it had heard, arranging it in new ways, trying to form something that sounded like a real exchange. I stood up slowly, keeping my movements deliberate. My instinct was to pull everyone in tighter, to reduce the space between us, to make sure no one drifted even a step away from the group. We needed to leave. That part came into focus quickly, cutting through the confusion. It wasn't about figuring it out anymore. It was about getting out of its range, whatever that range was. I told them we were packing up. No debate this time. People moved fast but controlled. No one ran. No one broke formation. Bags were zipped. Loose items shoved into packs without the usual care. The fire was kicked apart just enough to keep it from spreading. All the while the voice continued. It shifted back to my voice again, calling out directions now, telling us which way to go, telling us to come closer. Each word was clean, precise, too precise. I forced myself not to react to it, not to answer, not even to look directly toward where it seemed to be coming from. I kept my focus on the group, counting heads without actually counting, making sure everyone stayed within arm's reach. We started moving toward where we'd left the car. The path wasn't complicated. We'd walked it earlier in the day. But at night, with the trees pressing in and that voice following us, it felt different. Distances stretched, landmarks blurred. The forest floor shifted underfoot, uneven in ways I didn't remember. Behind us, the voice changed again. It wasn't mine anymore. It cycled through all of us, one by one, each voice calling out to the others, using names, using familiar phrases, pulling from things we'd said throughout the day. It overlapped at times, not quite simultaneous, but close enough that it felt layered, like more than one source. No one responded. No one broke away. We moved faster. Branches brushed against our sleeves. The beam of a flashlight caught on trunks and slipped away again. The path narrowed, then widened, then seemed to disappear before reappearing just ahead. The voice followed the entire time. Closer now. Not in distance exactly, but in presence. The sound carried with less echo, less distortion. It felt like it was just beyond the next line of trees. No matter how far we went, then it did something new. It started mimicking the sound of movement. Footsteps. Not random ones, ours. The rhythm matched too closely. When we slowed, it slowed. When someone stumbled slightly, there was a corresponding shift in the pattern behind us. I felt the last bit of doubt drop away. This wasn't something we could understand in the moment. We just needed to reach the car. The clearing where we'd parked came into view gradually, the darkness spinning just enough to reveal the shape of the vehicle between the trees. Relief hit hard and fast, but I kept it contained. We weren't safe yet. We closed the distance quickly, staying tight. I reached for the keys in my pocket. Before I could pull them out, the sound came, an engine turning over. Our engine. It came from behind us from the forest, perfectly matching the sound of our car starting. The ignition, the low churn, the brief rise in pitch. every detail exact. I stopped without meaning to. So did everyone else. For a second, the real car in front of us felt uncertain, like it might respond, like it might start to, or vanish, or reveal itself as something else entirely. The engine sound behind us continued for a moment, then cut off. Silence dropped hard. I forced myself to move again, to ignore it, to focus on what was in front of me. I unlocked the car, hand steady enough to get it right on the first try. Doors opened. People got in fast, but not chaotically. I got into the driver's seat and started the car for real. The sound was identical. That was the worst part. No difference, no flaw, nothing to distinguish the real from the imitation, except the fact that I could feel the vibration under my hands. I pulled out of the clearing without looking back. The headlights cut through the trees, turning them into flat, passing shapes. The road out was narrow, uneven, but familiar enough that I could follow it without thinking too hard. No one spoke, not until we were far enough that the forest began to thin. Even then, it wasn't conversation, just a shared awareness that the sounds had stopped. No voices, no footsteps, no engine behind us. We didn't stop driving until we hit pavement. Even after that, I kept expecting to hear it again, in the hum of the tires, in the shift of the wind through the cracked window. Something that matched too closely, too perfectly. We didn't go back for anything we left behind. We didn't talk about it much after. But there are moments, even now, where I'll remember something small I said that day, something I barely registered at the time, and I'll hear it again exactly as it was in my own voice, coming from somewhere just out of sight, and I can't shake the feeling that whatever was out there didn't stay where we left it, because it didn't need to follow us to keep knowing what we sound like. I noticed the steam first. A thin ribbon slipping out from under the lid of a dented pot like the camp itself was still breathing. We'd been on the trail since late morning, pushing deeper into a stretch of forest that most people avoided because it swallowed sound. By the time the light started thinning into that gray-green afternoon haze, my partner and I were already thinking about turning back. Then I saw the tarp strung low between two trees, barely visible unless you knew how to look for straight lines in a place that tried hard to hide them. At first it looked normal, a small well-set camp. No bright colors, no clutter, the kind of setup experienced hikers leave when they step away for a short loop or a water run. But as we stepped closer, everything felt slightly out of place in a way I couldn't name. The pot sat over a bed of coals that were still faintly alive. Not flames, just heat. The lid rattled once, softly, as something inside shifted with the simmer. I crouched and lifted it carefully. The smell hit me. Something like stew, meat and root vegetables halfway cooked, still warm. I remember thinking that whoever had been here couldn't have left more than minutes ago, but there was no movement, no voices, no sound except the forest pressing in around us. My partner moved past me, scanning the ground. He was quieter than me, always had been, the kind of person who notices what's missing before what's there. I heard him shift his weight, slow and deliberate. Something's off, he said under his breath, not looking at me. The campsite was organized, too organized for people who'd just stepped away mid-meal. Two packs leaned neatly against a fallen log. A pair of boots sat side by side near the edge of the tarp, unlaced. A journal lay open on a flat rock, a pen resting across the page, as if someone had just paused mid-sentence. I didn't touch it right away. I walked the perimeter first, the way I always do. Old habit. You don't enter a space fully until you understand its edges. That's when I realized there were no footprints leaving. The ground was soft enough to hold impressions. We had left a clear track coming in. Boot patterns pressed into the damp soil, but around the camp there were only partial prints, marks that started and then stopped. A heel here, a toe there, like someone had shifted weight without taking a full step. I circled wider, still nothing leading out. I came back to the center and finally picked up the journal. The paper was slightly wrinkled from humidity, but the ink was fresh. The last entry wasn't a full sentence, just a fragment, Standing just beyond it cut off there. No smearing, no frantic lines, nothing that suggested panic, just an interruption. My partner had moved toward the tray line opposite where we entered. I followed his gaze and saw what he was looking at. At first, it looked like animal tracks, but the spacing was wrong. Too far apart, like whatever made them didn't move the way anything familiar did. Each impression was long and narrow, pressed deep into the soil with no clear claw marks or pads, just elongated shapes, slightly curved at one end. They began a few feet beyond the tarp, and they went straight into the densest part of the brush. I stepped closer, crouching to get a better look. The ground there was darker, damp enough to hold detail. I could see where the earth had been disturbed more heavily, like something had stood there for a while before moving on, watching. I didn't say that out loud. Instead, I followed the line of prints a short distance. They didn't wander or loop. They moved with purpose, cutting through undergrowth that should have resisted but didn't seem to. Branches were bent, not broken. Leaves brushed aside, not crushed. Like whatever passed through didn't weigh what it should. I stopped after maybe 20 yards. The forest thickened to the point where visibility dropped to almost nothing. Even in daylight, it felt like stepping into a closed room. I turned back, and when I returned to the camp, my partner was kneeling near one of the packs. He held up something small and black. A camera, he said. It was one of those compact digital ones, scuffed but intact. He powered it on. The screen flickered, then steadied. There were photos, dozens of them, mostly normal trail shots. Trees, the camp as they set it up, a few close-ups of gear. Then the timestamp shifted to the previous night. The first image was dark, lit only by the campfire. The tarp glowed faintly orange from within. Nothing unusual. The next one was taken from inside the tent looking out. That's where it started. At the edge of the frame, just beyond the light, something stood among the trees. It was hard to make out at first. The camera struggled with the contrast, the darkness swallowing detail. My partner zoomed in. The shape sharpened slightly. It was tall, taller than any person I'd seen in real life, but the proportions were wrong. The torso seemed too long, the limbs angled in a way that didn't match human joints. It leaned forward slightly, as if peering into the tent. The next photo was closer, not because the photographer moved, because it had. Its outline was clearer now. Still no detail on a face, just a distortion, like the air around it wasn't stable. The edges blurred, stretched, then snapped back into something almost solid. In the third photo, it was just outside the tent, close enough that the fabric bulged inward slightly, like something had pressed against it from the outside. There were no more images after that. The last file was corrupted. We didn't speak for a long moment. The forest felt heavier, like it had closed in another step while we were looking at the screen. I became aware of the pot again, still quietly simmering behind me. The idea of heat persisting without anyone tending it made my skin tighten. They didn't leave, I said finally. It wasn't a question. My partner shook his head once. Slow, I scanned the area again, forcing myself to see it not as a camp, but as a scene. Evidence. Sequence. They had been here cooking, writing, documenting something they'd noticed the night before. The thing in the photos had approached, and then sometime after that, everything stopped. No signs of struggle, no scattered gear, no drag marks, just absence. And those tracks. I moved to the edge of the camp again, following the line where the strange impressions began. I noticed something I hadn't before. There were no human prints overlapping them. None. If the campers had run, or even walked, their tracks would have crossed this line. There would be disruption, confusion in the soil. There was nothing. Just the elongated shapes, leading away. I felt a shift in the air then. Not wind. Something subtler. A change in pressure, like before a storm. Except the sky above the canopy was still a dull, steady gray. My partner noticed it too. He straightened slightly, turning his head as if trying to locate a sound that wasn't quite there. We both looked toward the direction of the tracks. How the forest beyond seemed deeper, not darker. Exactly, just farther away than it should have been, like the space between the trees had stretched. I took a step back without meaning to. "We should go," he said. This time it wasn't under his breath. I nodded, already reaching for the camera. I slipped it into my pack along with the journal. Not to take anything, but because leaving it there felt wrong, like abandoning the only record of what had happened. We didn't pack up the camp, didn't touch the pot or the gear. We left everything as it was, frozen. On the way out, I kept checking behind us. Not constantly, but enough that I could map the space in my head. Our footprints overlapped our entry path, clear and reassuring in a way that felt almost desperate. About halfway back to the main trail, I noticed something that made me stop. Our earlier prints, our inbound track, looked different, distorted. The edges had softened as if something had stepped near them without actually stepping on them. The soil around the impressions was slightly compressed, but not in a pattern I recognized. My partner saw it too. He didn't say anything. He just started moving faster. We didn't run. Running in terrain like that is how you get hurt. But our pace changed, urgency threading through every step. The forest stayed quiet. Too quiet. No birds. No insects. Just the sound of our own movement, and something else underneath it. A faint, irregular rhythm that didn't match our steps. I told myself it was echo, or branches shifting, or anything that fit inside normal, but I didn't fully believe it. When we finally reached the main trail, the air felt different. Lighter, open. The usual sounds returned in fragments, like the world was switching back on. We didn't stop until we were well clear of that section. By the time we got back to the trailhead, the light had dropped into early evening. We went straight to the ranger station. I handed over the camera and the journal, explaining what we found as clearly as I could. They took it seriously. More seriously than I expected. A search team went out the next morning. They didn't find the camp. Not moved. Not destroyed. Gone. No tarp. No gear. No pot. No footprints. Nothing. Just undisturbed forest. They told us maybe we'd misjudged the location. That dense areas can disorient even experienced hikers. That memory can shift under stress. I didn't argue. There was nothing to argue with. But I know where we were, and I know what we saw. Sometimes I think about those photos, the way the shape stood just outside the light, patient, watching, the way it moved closer without sound, the way the journal entry stopped mid-thought. What stays with me most isn't the thing itself, it's the absence it left behind, a place where something had been, and then wasn't, without any trace of how or why, and the feeling, just before we left, that the forest wasn't empty, that it was holding its breath, waiting for us to do the same. I knew something was wrong the moment he said my daughter's name before I had said it out loud. We were 2 miles past the last marked turnout, parked in a strip of dry earth between scrub pines and a narrow creek that sounded louder than it looked. The sun was high, the kind of flat white light that makes distances hard to judge. I had the back hatch open, sorting a tangle of tent poles, when the man stepped out from the trees like he had been standing there the whole time, waiting for a cue I didn't hear. "Beautiful spot," he said too easily, as if we were already mid-conversation. I kept my hands busy, but I turned enough to see him clearly. Mid-40s maybe? Clean clothes for the terrain? No pack, no visible gear? Just a small canvas satchel slung across his chest. His posture was relaxed, but his eyes moved in quick, efficient passes. Me, the kids, the car, the path behind us. Then back to me. "Yeah," I said, keeping it short. "Just stopping for lunch." He nodded like that. Confirmed something for him. "Good choice. Water's clean here if you know where to pull from. Safer upstream, about a 1/4 mile. He pointed into the trees, away from the road, away from the car. My son Eli was kneeling near the creek, tossing pebbles into a shallow pool. My daughter Marin was sitting on the tailgate swinging her legs. My wife Lila was laying out a blanket. All of them were within a few steps of me. I stayed where I was between them and the man. Appreciate it, I said. We've got enough. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Your river, right? The way he said it. Casual, like he was checking a list. Tightened something in my chest. I didn't answer right away. Have we met? He tilted his head like he was surprised I needed to ask. Saw your reservation at the ranger station. You signed in this morning. River Mallister, family of 4, planned overnight. He glanced at Marin. Your little girl was excited about the creek. I'm around your little girl was excited about the creek. Marin stilled her legs. There's a difference between someone being friendly and someone being informed. I've learned to trust that line when it shows up. Didn't catch your name, I said. David. He said, I come out here a lot. Keep an eye on things. People get turned around. It's easy to wander off the trail if you don't know the markers. He took a few steps closer. Not enough to be aggressive, but enough to close space that I hadn't offered him. I shifted, placing the open hatch more directly between him and the kids. We're just here for the afternoon, I said, heading back before dark. Shame, he said. There's a better side up the ridge, more secluded, safer from animals. I could show you, 10-minute walk. Again, he gestured away from the car, deeper into the trees. I looked at his hands. Clean. No dirt under the nails, no scrapes. Not someone who had been hiking all morning. His shoes were intact, barely worn, and he had no water bottle. Appreciate it, I said, keeping my tone even. We're good here. He held my gaze for a second too long. Then let it go. Of course. Just offering help. He stepped back, giving the appearance of space. But he didn't leave. He circled slightly, repositioning himself so he could see the creek and the path at the same time. Leela caught my eye. She didn't say anything, but I could see the question forming. I gave a small shake of my head. David crouched near Eli without asking. You ever see trout this small? He asked, gesturing at the water. They like to hide under the rocks upstream. If you want to catch one, I can show you where. Eli looked at me. Stay where you are, I said. We're not fishing today. David stood again, dusting off his knees. Kids get bored quick, he said, almost to himself. Best to keep them moving. We're fine, I said. He smiled again, thinner this time. You're a careful guy. I try to be. That's good, he said. Out here you have to be. There was a pause that stretched longer than it should have. The creek filled it with noise, a constant rush that made everything feel slightly off balance. He shifted his attention to Lila. There's a fallen log up the path, he said. Perfect place to sit. Shade all afternoon. You should check it out while he sets up. Lila didn't answer. She looked at me again. No need, I said. David nodded slowly. Right. Stick together. He said it like advice, but it landed like a test. I closed the hatch halfway, reducing the open space behind me. We're packing up soon, I said, just stretching our legs. Already, he asked, a flicker of something crossing his face. You just got here. Plans changed. He took another step back, then another, as if accepting it. Well, if you change your mind, I'll be around. There's a trail that loops back to the road. Easy to miss the turn, I can walk you through it. I know the way, I said. He stopped at the edge of the trees. Be careful, he said. It's easy to get separated out here. Then he turned and disappeared into the shade. I didn't move for a few seconds after he was gone. I listened. The creek, wind in the branches, no footsteps. Pack up, I said quietly. Now. Lila didn't ask why. She folded the blanket fast, efficient movements. Eli came up from the water without protest. Marin slid off the tailgate and started gathering the loose items. We worked in silence, the kind that sharpens everything. I kept my eyes on the tree line where David had vanished. He knew our names, Lila said under her breath. I know, I said. How? Doesn't matter right now. I closed the hatch and hit the lock. The sound felt louder than it should have. We got into the car, Leela in the passenger seat, the kids in the back. I started the engine and checked the mirrors. The road behind us was empty. The narrow dirt track ahead curved out of sight. I eased the car forward. We had gone maybe 100 yards when I saw him again. He was standing in the road ahead, just around the bend, like he had taken a shortcut through the trees. He raised a hand, signaling me to slow down. I didn't. I reduced speed enough to stay in control on the loose gravel, but I didn't stop. He stepped to the side at the last moment, close enough that I could see the shift in his expression. Something tight, something irritated. "You missed the turn," he called out as we passed. "You'll want to go back." I kept my eyes on the road. "We're good," I said. He walked alongside the car for a few steps, keeping pace longer than he should have been able to. "The bridge is washed out," he said. "You won't make it through. Safer to head back and take the ridge trail. I can guide you." "No need," I said again. He slowed, falling behind, but I could see him in the rearview mirror, standing in the middle of the road, watching us. The track dipped and narrowed, the trees closing in. I kept my speed steady, not too fast, not too slow, the kind of driving that doesn't draw attention. "Is he following us?" Eli asked. "Just watch out your window," I said. "Tell me if you see anything." We rounded another bend. The road split into two faint paths, one veering left, one right. No signs, no markers. I remembered the map from the ranger station. The main exit stayed right, hugging the creek before climbing out. The left path cut deeper into the forest. I took the right. A few seconds later, I saw movement in the mirror again. He was there, farther back this time, moving along the edge of the road, not running but not walking either, keeping pace in a way that didn't make sense given the terrain. "River," Leela said, her voice low. "I see him. He's not giving up. I know." The road ahead dipped toward a narrow crossing where the creek spread thin over flat stones. The water was shallow, but the rocks were slick. I slowed just enough to navigate it cleanly. As we climbed the other side, the trees thinned slightly, and I caught a glimpse of the wider dirt road beyond, maybe another half-mile. "Almost there," I said. Behind us, he was still there, smaller now, but persistent. "He said the bridge was out," Lila said. "He wants us to turn around," I said. That's all. We hit a stretch of uneven ground, the car bouncing slightly. I kept both hands on the wheel, steady. The final bend opened up to the main road, a wider, more maintained path with visible tire tracks. I pulled onto it and didn't slow down. I drove another mile before I stopped. We didn't speak for a moment. The air in the car felt heavy, like something we had carried with us. "Who was that?" Marin asked. "I don't know," I said, "but we're not going back there." We made it to the ranger station in under 20 minutes. The same building where I had signed our names that morning. I went inside alone. The ranger on duty, a woman in her 50s with a calm, practiced demeanor, looked up as I approached. "I need to report someone," I said. She listened without interrupting as I described him, his appearance, what he said, how he moved, the way he knew our names. Her expression didn't change much, but I saw a shift in her eyes when I said his name. "David," she repeated. "That's what he called himself." She nodded slowly. "Stay here," she said. "I'm going to call this in." Within an hour, there were 2 patrol vehicles in the lot. They took our statements, walked us through the details again. One of the officers, a man with a tired face and a precise way of speaking, asked me to clarify the sequence where he first appeared, how he tried to redirect us, the points where he attempted to separate us. "You didn't follow him," the officer said. "No? You didn't let anyone go with him?" "No." He nodded. That was the right call. Later, another man arrived. Dr. Matthews, they said. Not a doctor in the way I expected. More like a specialist. He spoke with the rangers and the officers first, then came to me. "You did well," he said. "Most people don't recognize the pattern until it's too late." "What pattern?" I asked. He hesitated for a moment, then chose his words carefully. "He approaches as a helper, establishes familiarity, offers guidance that requires movement away from a secure point, your vehicle in this case. Then he looks for opportunities to isolate individuals. It's methodical. And the names, I asked. I would have met. He watches the stations, Dr. Matthews said. Logs, conversations, anything he can overhear. Sometimes he follows vehicles from a distance. A cold weight settled in my chest. Is he still out there, I asked. For now, he said, but we know who we're looking for. He didn't say more than that. We didn't camp that night. We drove back to town, checked into a motel, and stayed inside. A few days later, I got a call. They had found him, not far from where we had been, hiding in a stretch of forest that didn't show up clearly on the maps. He had been doing this for a while, they said, moving from place to place, staying just ahead of reports. Your description helped, the officer told me. So did the timing. You got out before he could change the situation. After I hung up, I sat for a long time, thinking about the small decisions, the ones that didn't feel like decisions at the time. Not following him, not letting the kids wander, not turning around when he said the road was out. I keep going back to that first moment, when he said my daughter's name like it belonged to him, like it was something he had a right to use. That's when it started to feel wrong. Not dramatic, not obvious, just a shift, like the ground wasn't as solid as it looked. We still go camping. I still take my family out into places where the map fades and the road narrows. But I pay attention in a different way now. I watch who knows what they shouldn't know. I notice who tries to move us, even a few steps away from what keeps us safe. And I don't ignore that feeling when it shows up. Quiet and precise, telling me something isn't right. I realized something was wrong when I noticed my boots were already laced, double knotted the way I always do for long hikes, even though I had no memory of putting them on. The clearing was quiet in that heavy end-of-day way where the light turns flat and the trees stop moving. Our campsite sat in the middle of it, clean and orderly, like we'd just finished packing up. Tents collapsed, sleeping bags rolled tight, backpacks lined up near the edge of the fire pit, all facing the same direction, like we'd agreed on a departure plan. But I didn't remember any of it. I stood there holding a metal mug that was still warm, and tried to trace my steps backward. The last thing I could recall was nothing, not even a fragment. No drive-in, no hike, no setup, just the feeling of being mid-action, like I'd been dropped into the middle of someone else's routine. Behind me, one of the others, Luke, I would later learn, was zipping up a pack with slow, careful movements. He looked like he knew what he was doing, focused, efficient. But there was something off in his face. Not panic, not confusion. More like concentration without context. I watched him for a while, waiting for something familiar to surface. It didn't. "Hey," I said finally. He looked up immediately, like he'd been expecting to hear something, but not necessarily from me. His eyes lingered on my face a second too long. "Yeah," he said. I waited for recognition. A name. A shared reference point. Nothing came. "What are we doing?" I asked. He frowned slightly, glancing down at the pack, then around the clearing. "Leaving, I think." "Why?" That gave him pause. He straightened, scanning the campsite like he might find the answer in the arrangement of our gear. "I don't know," he said. "Feels like we should." Another voice cut in from behind us. "Everything's packed." I turned. A woman, Ashley, was standing near the tray line, brushing dirt off her hands. She walked toward us with a kind of practiced familiarity, like we'd done this together before. Her movements fit into the space too well. "Did we already eat?" she asked. Luke shrugged. "I think so." She nodded slowly, accepting that answer without questioning it further. Then she looked at me. There was a moment where we both tried to place each other. "Do I know you?" she asked. The question landed heavier than it should have. "I was about to ask you the same thing," I said. We stood there in silence, the three of us, each waiting for someone else to anchor the situation. A fourth person stepped out from behind one of the tents. Paul. He carried a bundle of tent stakes in one hand, counting them under his breath before stopping halfway through like he'd lost his place. "Something's off," he said, not looking at anyone in particular. That was the first honest thing anyone had said. We gathered near the fire pit, drawn together more by instinct than decision. No one suggested it. We just ended up there, forming a loose circle around the blackened stones. "I don't remember getting here," I said. No one argued. "I don't remember driving," Ashley added, "or hiking, or setting anything up." Paul dropped the stakes into one of the packs and rubbed his face. "I don't remember you people," he said, gesturing vaguely between us. "But I feel like I should." Luke nodded. "Yeah." There was no panic. Not yet. Just a growing awareness that something fundamental was missing. I crouched near the nearest backpack and unzipped the top compartment. Inside were supplies arranged with careful precision. Maps, a flashlight, a first aid kit, energy bars stacked neatly. Everything looked prepared for a trip out, not a stay. "Whose bag is this?" I asked. No one answered. I dug deeper, looking for anything identifiable. A wallet, a phone, something with a name on it. There was a phone. I pulled it out and pressed the power button. Dead. "Check yours," I said. We all did. We all did. Every phone we found was dead. Not low battery, completely unresponsive. Paul let out a short breath. "Okay, that's not great." Ashley moved toward one of the tents and lifted the flap. "These are empty," she said, "like we already cleared them out." I stood and turned slowly, taking in the entire clearing again. The symmetry of it started to bother me. Everything aligned, everything ready. It looked less like we were leaving, and more like we'd already left, and somehow ended up back here. "Does anyone remember deciding to pack up?" I asked. Silence. Luke shook his head. "No, but it feels like the right thing to do." That phrase stuck with me. Not "we decided," not "we need to," just a feeling. Direction without origin. I walked to the edge of the clearing and looked into the trees. Dense, uniform, no visible trail, just layers of trunks and shadow. "Do you see a path?" I asked. They joined me, scanning the perimeter. "No," Ashley said. Paul pointed off to the left. "Maybe that way?" It wasn't a path, just slightly less dense undergrowth. I turned back to the campsite. "If we drove here, there has to be a road." Luke nodded slowly. "Yeah, there has to be, but none of us could see it." A thin line of unease finally pushed through the surface. Not fear. Not yet. Just the sense that the rules we expected weren't applying. I went back to the packs and started checking them more thoroughly. Food supplies, water, extra clothes, everything we'd need to leave. Nothing that suggested we'd just arrived. Then I found a folded piece of paper tucked into one of the side pockets. I opened it. Blank. No writing, no markings, just a clean sheet, folded like it had once mattered. I showed it to the others. No one had an explanation. "We need to go," Paul said, more firmly this time. That was the first moment. The feeling shifted from confusion to urgency. "Yeah?" Ashley agreed. Now, no one argued. We shouldered the packs without discussion. Each of us seemed to know which one was ours, even if we couldn't explain how. The straps adjusted correctly. The weight distribution felt familiar. That bothered me more than anything else. And we moved as a group toward the thinnest section of trees, the place Paul had pointed to. There was no clear trail, but the ground sloped slightly downward, and it felt like the right direction. Again, that feeling. We didn't talk much as we walked. The forest absorbed sound in a way that made every step feel isolated. Branches snapped underfoot. Leaves shifted, but nothing echoed, nothing carried. After a while, minutes, maybe longer, the trees began to thin. A dirt road appeared ahead of us. Relief came fast and shallow. "Too easy, there," Luke said, pointing. We picked up our pace, stepping out of the forest and onto the road. It stretched in both directions, narrow and unmarked, but clearly used. Tire tracks cut through the dust. Parked a short distance away was a car. Our car. I knew it immediately without knowing how. We approached it cautiously, like it might not be real if we got too close. But it stayed solid, unchanged. Paul reached the driver's side first and tried the handle. Unlocked. He opened the door and leaned in, scanning the interior. Keys are here. Of course they were. We loaded the packs into the trunk in near silence. Each movement efficient, practiced. Again, that sense of familiarity without memory. I paused before getting into the passenger seat and looked back at the forest. The clearing wasn't visible from the road, just trees, dense and unbroken, like we'd never been inside them at all. For a second, I wondered if we'd imagined it, but the dirt on our clothes, the packed gear, the absence of memory, none of that felt imagined. "Get in," Ashley said. I did. Paul started the engine. It turned over immediately, too easily. We pulled onto the road and began to drive. No one spoke for the first few minutes. The car moved steadily forward, tires crunching over gravel, the forest sliding past on either side. I tried to focus on something concrete. The dashboard, the sound of the engine, the rhythm of the road, anything that made sense. "We should know each other," Luke said finally. No one responded. "I mean," he continued, "this isn't random. We didn't just meet out there." Ashley stared straight ahead. "I feel like I've known you for a long time." "Same," Paul said. I nodded, even though they weren't looking at me. "Yeah, but I don't know your names," Luke said. We went quiet again. "I'm Luke," he added after a moment, like he'd just remembered. "Paul," the driver said. "Ashley." They all looked at me. I hesitated. The name came to me the same way theirs seemed to come to them. Sudden, certain, and completely unsupported by memory. I told them. It felt right, but that didn't mean anything anymore. We drove for a long time without seeing another vehicle. The road twisted through the forest, occasionally widening, then narrowing again. No signs, no markers, just an unbroken stretch of dirt and trees. The light continued to fade. At some point I realized something else. "We didn't pass that clearing again," I said. "What do you mean?" Ashley asked. "If this is a loop, or if there are side paths, we should have seen some kind of turnoff, a break in the trees, something." Paul tightened his grip on the wheel. "Maybe we're just going the right way. Maybe," I said. But it didn't feel like that. It felt like we were moving away from something that wasn't behind us anymore. I looked down at my hands. There was dirt under my nails. A small cut across one knuckle. Signs of activity I couldn't recall. I tried to reconstruct anything, faces, conversations, moments from earlier in the day. Nothing came. Just the clearing, the packed gear, the shared confusion, and that persistent feeling, wrong. One, not danger, not threat, just wrong. Like we'd skipped something essential and the world hadn't adjusted to compensate. The forest finally began to thin as the road widened, and the ground leveled out. The sky opened up slightly, the last of the light fading into a dull gray. "We'll find a town," Paul said, more to himself than anyone else. "Yeah," Ashley replied. Luke didn't say anything. Neither did I. Because as the trees pulled back and the road stretched forward into the dark, I realized something that didn't fit. We had no idea where we were coming from. Not just the clearing. Everything. There was no before. No origin point. Just a moment where we became aware. Standing in a place that looked like the end of something we couldn't remember starting. I turned in my seat and looked out the rear window. The road behind us was empty. No headlights. No dust trail. No sign that we had ever been anywhere else. And for a second, I had the distinct, undeniable sense that if we stopped the car and walked back into the trees, we wouldn't find the clearing again. Not because we missed it, but because it wasn't there anymore. Because maybe it had never been there in the first place. I faced forward again, watching the road disappear into the dim light ahead, and tried to hold on to something solid. My name, the feel of the seat, the sound of the engine. Anything that proved I existed before this moment. But the longer we drove, the more that certainty slipped, like a memory I couldn't quite reach. And somewhere in the back of my mind, beneath the confusion and the quiet, there was a single steady thought that refused to go away. We hadn't left that place. Not really. Whatever had happened in that clearing hadn't ended when we got in the car. It had just changed shape. And we were still inside it, still moving through something we didn't understand, carrying a version of ourselves that felt arranged, prepared, and completely detached from whatever we used to be. I kept watching the road, waiting for something familiar to appear, some sign that the world made sense again. Nothing did. Just the steady forward motion, the fading light, and the quiet agreement between four people who felt like they belonged together, even though none of us could remember why. I noticed the second kettle because it lifted steam at the same moment mine did. I had just set mine on the small gas stove, watching the thin plume rise in the cold morning air off the lake, when across the water, maybe a few hundred yards through the trees, I saw another plume rise, identical in shape and timing. At first I thought it was coincidence, just another early camper starting their day. The lake was secluded but not unknown, a long oval of still water tucked between pine slopes, with only a narrow dirt road feeding into a handful of informal campsites. I'd chosen it because it felt removed, because I needed somewhere quiet to sit with the aftermath of things I hadn't figured out how to name yet. I stood there longer than I needed to, hand resting on the stove knob, watching that other column of steam. Delight was soft, angled low across the water, catching on the mist and turning everything silver. I couldn't make out the person clearly, just the outline of a figure moving near a tent. When I reached for my mug, the figure across the lake did the same. It wasn't exact, not in a way I could immediately prove. It was more like a rhythm. I lifted, they lifted, I leaned, they leaned. It was enough to catch my attention, but not enough to feel like anything more than a strange echo. I told myself that people make the same motions in the morning. Coffee, water, small routines, it was normal. Still, I raised my hand just to test it. Across the lake, the figure raised theirs. I held the wave for a second longer than was comfortable, my arms stiff in the cold air. The other person held it too. When I dropped mine, they dropped theirs. I let out a short breath and looked away, forcing myself to focus on the kettle as it started to rattle. The metal lid ticked softly, the kind of familiar sound that usually grounds me. I poured the water into my mug, watched the dark bloom of coffee spread, and tried not to look back. I'd come out here alone on purpose. A clean break, that was the phrase I kept repeating to myself. New place, new routine, no one else's expectations. I'd packed light but carefully. My small green tent, the collapsible table, the blue enamel mug I always used, the same old clothes I'd had for years. There was comfort in those choices, in knowing exactly what I had and where it was. I didn't want to share that space with anyone else, even at a distance. But curiosity has a way of settling in like a splinter. By late morning, I'd convinced myself it was nothing. The other camper kept mostly out of sight. I moved around my site gathering wood, rinsing a pan in the lake, organizing my supplies. Every so often, when I glanced across the water, I caught glimpses of movement, someone bending, standing, shifting, but nothing that felt deliberate or directed at me. It wasn't until the afternoon that it became harder to ignore. The sun had moved higher, burning off the last of the mist, and the lake had taken on that clear, flat look that shows every reflection too sharply. I was hanging a shirt on a thin line I'd tied between two trees, stretching up on my toes to secure it, when I saw it, a line, and across the lake between two trees, there was another line, and on it, a shirt, same color, same shape. Even from that distance, I could see the way the fabric hung, the slight unevenness at the hem where it had worn down over time. I lowered my arms slowly, the damp cloth still in my hands. I moved a step to the left. Across the lake, the figure moved a step to the left. That was when the rhythm shifted into something else. It wasn't just similar anymore. It was synchronized. I felt a tightness in my chest that I couldn't explain. Not panic, not yet. Just a pressure. like something was off balance in a way my body understood before my thoughts caught up. I lifted the shirt again, more deliberately this time, watching closely. The figure across the lake lifted theirs. I hung mine on the line. They hung theirs. I stepped back. They stepped back. I stood there staring, trying to find any detail that broke the pattern. The trees around their site looked like mine. The spacing, the angle, even the way the ground sloped slightly toward the water. It was like looking at a reflection, but not in the water. Something solid, placed there. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe the campsites were laid out similarly. Maybe they had the same kind of gear, bought from the same store, used in the same way. It wasn't impossible, but the timing didn't make sense. I raised both arms this time, slowly, spreading them out wide. Across the lake, the figure did the same. I held the position, my shoulder starting to ache. They held it too. I dropped my arms abruptly. They dropped theirs at the exact same instant. The pressure in my chest sharpened. I became aware of how quiet it was. No wind, no voices, just the faint lap of water against the shore. Even the birds seemed distant. I needed a different angle. And there was a trail that climbed up the ridge on the left side of the lake. A narrow path I'd noticed when I first arrived. It wasn't marked, just a worn line through the underbrush, but it led to a higher vantage point. If I could look down on both campsites at once, maybe I'd see what I was missing. I grabbed my jacket and started toward it, moving quickly without quite deciding to. The ground was uneven, roots pushing up through the dirt, pine needles soft underfoot. As I climbed, the air cooled slightly, and the trees thinned just enough to let more light through. I didn't look back at the lake right away. I focused on my steps, on the steady rhythm of moving upward, on the physical act of getting somewhere else. When I finally reached a break in the trees, I stopped. From that height, the lake spread out below me in full view, a smooth oval bordered by dark green. My campsite was clearly visible on the near shore. The green tent, the small table, the line of clothes between the trees, and across the lake, I felt my breath catch, not in a dramatic way, just a sudden absence of it. The other campsite was not similar, it was identical. The tent was the same model, same color, positioned at the same angle. The table sat in the same spot relative to the water, with the same items arranged on top. The line between the trees held the same clothes, in the same order, hanging at the same slight tilt. Even the small details were there. The way I'd placed a rock near the edge of the fire pit, the exact distance between the stove and the cooler, the slight sag in the tent's rainfly where one of the lines was a little looser than the others. It wasn't just a person copying me. It was the entire space. I stepped forward, squinting, trying to pick out anything that differed. A shadow, a color variation, something out of place. But the more I looked, the more it aligned, and then I saw the person. From above, I could see them clearly for the first time. They were standing near the table, slightly turned as if looking up toward the ridge. Toward me, I realized, with a slow creeping certainty, that they were positioned exactly where I would be if I were standing at my own campsite and looking up at this same point. My stomach tightened. I took a step back from the edge, the loose gravel shifting under my boot. The sound seemed too loud, too sharp in the quiet. Across the lake, the figure stepped back. I froze. There was a delay this time. Not in the movement, but in my understanding of it. I hadn't moved at the campsite. I was here, on the ridge. And yet, I moved my hand up to my chest, pressing it there as if to steady something. Across the lake, the figure did the same. But they weren't on the ridge. They were at the campsite. A cold realization settled in, heavy and precise. It wasn't that they were copying me from across the lake. It was that, wherever I was, they were placed in the corresponding position within that duplicate space. I turned, slowly, looking behind me along the ridge. There was nothing there but trees and the narrow path I'd come up. No second ridge, no mirrored version of this higher ground. When I looked back down, the figure had shifted again, adjusting their stance. My stance, I became aware of how exposed I was, standing there with nothing between me and that view. It felt like being seen in a way that wasn't just visual, like the alignment of everything made me more accessible somehow. I stepped away from the edge, retreating into the cover of the trees. Across the lake, the figure stepped away from the open area of the campsite, moving back toward the tent. I turned and started down the trail. Faster this time, the need to put distance between myself and that vantage point, overriding everything else. The path seemed narrower on the way down, the roots more uneven. I had to watch my footing carefully, but my thoughts kept pulling back to what I'd seen. By the time I reached the bottom, the light had shifted toward late afternoon, the shadow stretching longer across the ground. My campsite looked exactly as I'd left it. I stood at the edge of it, not stepping in right away. Across the lake, the other campsite waited, still, perfect. I took a slow breath and walked in, each step deliberate. The ground felt familiar under my boots. The small give of the soil, the placement of the stones. Everything was where it should be. I looked up. Across the lake, the figure stood at the edge of their campsite. Looking back, I didn't wave this time. I didn't move at all. For a moment. Neither did they. Then, very slowly, they lifted their hand, not in a mirror of anything I was doing, just on their own. A single deliberate motion. I felt something in me shift. A quiet fracture in the logic I'd been trying to hold on to all day. Because until that point, everything had been tied to me, to my movements, my position. It had been a system, a pattern, something I could almost convince myself was explainable. But this was not a reflection. I stayed still, watching. Their hand remained raised for a few seconds, then lowered. The motion was controlled, almost careful, intentional. I became aware of how the light was fading, how the temperature was dropping as the sun moved behind the trees. The lake darkened, the reflections flattening into a dull sheen. I didn't set up a fire that evening. I didn't hang any more clothes or cook anything that required more than a quick movement. I kept everything minimal, contained as if reducing my actions might reduce whatever was happening across the water. But every time I shifted, every time I adjusted my position, I saw it echoed until the light was nearly gone. As the last of the daylight drained from the sky, I stood near the edge of the lake, looking out one more time. The other campsite was still there, dim now, the details harder to make out. The figure stood at the water's edge, just like me. And as the darkness settled in, I realized I could no longer tell if they were following me, or if I was the one staying in place, so they wouldn't have to